Hey, welcome to another episode of Nightbane. Ooh, everybody's back, feeling better.
Mostly.
So hopefully, mostly. And ready to kill some things, they say. So hopefully they shall do that. A quick recap of last week. Cook and another phenomenal role got the permission to establish his own strike team of magic users. Maxi got promoted to an NCO to take the spot in one of the NCO slots on this new strike team in the beta unit. Each strike team has 2 units. They went on some strikes, or went on the first strike as a team, and they actually found a Principles of Arcane Knowledge, which we refer to as a pack, on their very first strike, which is very rare, very hard to come by. It also now gives them the ability to study farther into the schools of magic and hopefully become even more proficient at using magic to kill things, maybe. We shall see. Nightbane is a tabletop RPG from the Palladium system, part of the Palladium Megaverse. We also have Tales of Andrea on Sundays, which is a D&D campaign. Very fun. Just changed allegiances in that, so it's curious to see where we go with that. And then on Tuesday nights, we also have another D&D campaign called Into the Nightmare, which I don't know much about because I haven't been watching it. I'm sorry, but I hear lots of good things about it. Lots of people having fun, but there might be something about somebody dying this week. I don't know.
Yeah, my character's gonna die in 3 months.
Soon.
Oh no. Timed character deaths. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Extinction date or an expiration date?
Expiration date. That's the way of putting it.
Yeah, he's a Blade Runner. But anyway.
Oh.
Beyond that, I don't think we have any other general announcements before we get going. The beautiful music and sound effects you hear are provided by Sirenscape, the standalone app, which is very efficient, very small, easy to use, so that you can have music, sound effects, or whatever in your roleplay sessions, not just D&D or Nightbane, but they have all sorts of things. And not just online. You can use it while you're sitting around a table as well.
Yeah.
Any other announcements?
No. I think that's it.
Awesome. So we are on January 11th, I believe, 2022, 6 a.m.-ish. I say 6 a.m. because that's when the meetings start for everybody. Characters could have gotten up a little bit earlier if they felt like it. I've got to get my tables aligned so I can just tab between them really fast. So, is anyone doing anything before 6 a.m.?
Yeah, Maxi has an hour of free time that he's probably going to put into some wrestling training. Just a workout in the morning.
Yep, quick and workout.
Maxi, utilizing that time wisely. Cook just goes on a run.
Maxi gets a run later.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, I will say, I did, just for the viewers, I did make out a typical day schedule for both Maxi and Cook, now that they're technically on the same strike team. But Cook, this is your team, so you can't change that schedule. I left the morning run for the enlisted personnel and NCOs. You don't have to have that. You can. It's up to you. I don't know what else you would do with that 30 minutes for them. But hey,
I might think of something
just
in the future.
throwing it out there that the schedule is changeable. But I did leave lots of time, 8 hours a day, for skill training because you guys are going to need a lot of studying for magic.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And probably some other skills, but most of it's going to be focused on magic training. to get your team up to Magic standards. We did do the last thing, so almost half your team is a Magic user now.
Yes.
So today you'll get 2 more people, hopefully. So at the 6 o'clock meeting then, which is your team meeting, any words of wisdom you wish to throw out there, Cook, besides standard operating procedures, typical day?
Just standard procedures. At the end of it, I might want to, depending on some knowledge basis, which I'm not, iffy on whether or not this would be something good to do. Maybe talk to the what are the ranks again? The lieutenants, the first lieutenants, about the assessment of their groups and whether or not they have people who are specialized in things like electronics, mechanics, communications piloting experts and all that kind of stuff. Just to get a better sense of who... Actually, no, I might be able to get that just from a general briefing. Never mind. Yeah, just normal, typical stuff then.
Okay. Cool. So, typical morning briefing. Nothing scheduled at the moment upcoming, but you will have a strike, of course. You guys, I even put it in there. You have 1 strike a day, hour allocated to it. So Maxi goes on his morning run and shower. At 7 o'clock, Colonel's meeting. Cook's in the Colonel's meeting. Also, nothing out of the ordinary is going to be mentioned unless you ask. The departments are getting pretty much set up. Everyone's in their own building now. The security's getting pretty well lined up. Every building has security. Everything's getting filled out pretty well. We still only have 3 POM books for general usage, but everyone's kind of a little buzzed that there was a pack found, so expecting good things to come out of Cook's team. They should be gods by the end of the week. Or dead.
As we all know, we're practically gods.
Yeah, right. Nothing else out of the ordinary is going to be brought up in the Colonel's meeting. Is there anything you wish to bring up, Cook? If you can remember everything that happened from last week. Or last session. Yesterday for Cook, but...
I would like to ask, actually, do we have an update on those mechanoids we ran into a while back? Or the study of that
Thankfully,
stuff?
no. There's been no other sightings or reportings. They're still studying the metal density, but it's beyond our technology. They definitely said it's something to do with the dimension that they're from. That the atomic structures are just denser. We have no way of replicating that at the moment. And we actually are hoping they don't show up, because it's very hard to hurt something that dense. It requires a lot of firepower, as you found out. For as weak as these ones were, and if these were the scouts, I hate to see what the warriors are going to be like.
You're telling me.
It could be a threat bigger than the Night Lords. We'll have to see. But right now, that was the only group that's been found and reported. And they didn't finish the portal, so.
Good.
And the portal's beyond our technology as well at the moment. They're still studying it, but that could take years.
That's all.
Intelligence check. Cook.
I rolled a 4. My
That's
intelligence is
definitely
17.
well under your intelligence. This is called DM helping the player. I remember something about times.
Oh, yeah, I had that listed as asking Major Scott Mitchell. So, but if it's better here,
Okay.
then I won't.
It shouldn't matter here.
Okay.
He's here, so.
Uh,
But the colonel's the one that kind of gives you the message.
Fair point, yeah, thank you. I do have one more question. The mission we were sent on, we weren't given a time frame. Is there a purpose for that, or was that a misreport?
It was on purpose, yes. Your team's new. And we kind of don't know how to factor that in. We probably should have given you a idea of when reinforcements were expected. But we don't know about giving you timelines like we do with normal teams because the objectives for the normal teams are pretty cut and dry. Either go in and kill or something like that. Your team, while it is a strike, with your magical experimentation and maybe a little bit more advanced search for magic, we don't know how to factor a timeline into that yet. So it's going to be up to you to figure out what timeline you want to set or how bad the situation is. And we'll give you a reinforcement time, expected time for reinforcements.
I think an expected
if we know it.
Yeah. Expected reinforcement time would definitely be of assistance. And as far as the, if you know it, even if it's not known, be nice to know that bit at least as well. That would, might be able to give us an idea of how to properly motivate the people to execute what we're doing at a quickened pace.
Will do. I'll go check on your mission for this afternoon and see what we got going.
Thank you, Colonel.
Anything else?
Not
From
fuzzy,
either of
Colonel.
you? The meeting, that's going to be it for the meeting unless you actually have another question. Breakfast is breakfast, so your first 4 hours is study time. You've got 2 people training from your team.
For the beginning of that time,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to have Gunnery Sergeant Henderson come into my office for a bit.
Okay.
Henderson.
Captain?
As you know, we have the wonderful privilege from time to time being able to find and decide our own missions. I would like you to find us an excuse to head to Europe.
For
a mission. On the side
do
point
I have anything else to go on to try and create this mission?
the side point.
Reason that we're going to go?
Yes. Sancha Banera. I think the only way I'm going to be able to have a conversation with her is if we have a mission in Europe. Without blowing her cover. That is.
Well, does it have to be a mission, I guess? I'm trying to think, because she's part of the militia over there.
She is. Doesn't have to be a mission.
We just need a reason to visit that base.
Yes. And I currently am drawing a blank.
Let me put some feelers out, see what's going on over there, see if there's any reason that we can find that we need to be there.
That'd be good. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
That is all.
Okay. Where are you gonna put your study time to? I'm gonna kind of take this by piece because I don't know what the strike's gonna do for you guys. So we'll see. If you get killed, then it doesn't matter about the next 4 hours. So that will put you at 11 hours into the pack.
Yeah.
Which doesn't yield anything, of course, yet.
Sitting there with my
Still
glasses.
super confusing. Reading a book that when you change pages and go back to pages, it's still different. So you truly have no idea how many pages there might be in this book because you can't say physically. There might be 100 pages here, but there might be thousands of pages of information.
Hidden within, yeah. I've just got another notebook off to the side, writing notes, while flipping in between, reading. Its desk is a mess by the end of the 4 hours.
Okay. Maxie put 4 hours into something.
Yeah, if there are any spell learning available, Maxie does want to learn one spell right now and then put the rest of that time into paramedics.
What spell do you want to learn?
He wants to learn Cloud of Smoke. It's a level 1 spell. He can learn it in 37 minutes.
You guys have complete carte blanche to all magic items and spells, so you can just go in and take the scroll and study it for 37 minutes.
You're welcome.
He's going to do that.
Okay.
And then he's going to put the rest of the time into paramedics.
Do we know Cloud of Smoke?
I didn't find the information on it.
Nope.
We do not. Yeah.
So we do now. Okay. I need to find Cloud of Smoke real fast for you guys. Because I guess, following standard procedures, you're still going to ask your lieutenant if you can go there and study. And of course, she's going to say, go for it, just make a report on the spell you study if it's not known so that everyone can know what it does now.
I assume that report would make it across my desk at some point.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Cloud of Smoke. Cloud of Smoke. Why did they put psionics before spells? I don't care about that. Cloud, Mystic, Magic. There we go. Cloud of Smoke. I'm gonna throw this right at the moment into Cook's Magic.
If you don't have that open, Vaughn, I can DM it to you.
No, I can get that open.
Okay, sweet.
And Cook's Magic. Cook's Spells, I mean. Okay. Level 1. I'm just going to paste it in there and then we'll clean it up later.
Sweet.
Cloud of Smoke is in there now.
That's already fairly clean.
Yeah, it came over pretty... Oh, that's why, because I'm opening... I actually downloaded Acrobat Reader instead of making it... It used to open up in Internet Explorer, which was a mess. So now this is much cleaner.
Nice. Looks good.
Yeah, so I'll take an hour total on that. The 37 minutes of learning the spell, and then the rest of that hour writing a report on what that spell is and filing it, said report.
Okay.
And do that.
And then the last 3 hours I'll put in paramedics.
Okay. Cool. And that will bring us to the afternoon briefing, lunch, and then the strike. So, since the briefing is going to be based on what the strike is, I need a D100 roll, Cook, to let me know what kind of strike you guys are going on at this moment.
I kind of want to do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
They're on the table. And vamps are open season.
58. Big ol'
58.
5'8".
Oh, God. Why do I think this is not going to go any different than last week?
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm loving this. Thank you, Dice
This is
Gods.
not good. This is good for you guys. They have identified a small magic training center.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh.
So, oh yeah, Cook. Or not Cook, Maxi. The NSB has started training magic as well on some of their agents, and they've opened up training centers. Now, they only, as of last week, or as of, last session, it was only a rumor, but I guess the intelligence group found one already.
Boom.
Nice.
Found one already. So, your briefing, of course, is going to be all excited because they found a magic center. Now, do you realize that there's going to be magic users there as well? I need to get this set up. It's great having templates to work off of. I think last time I had you roll the damage for how many people are going to be there.
Did, yeah.
So give me a D20 and a D10. That's all I need this time around, since it's a small center.
D10 is a 2.
Okay.
The D20 is a 20.
Well, I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Might not. Do you want me to reroll the D10?
Nope.
Okay.
Hey, you got what you got. Definitely. And now, it kind of does make sense because this is getting started. So, it is a small center. And I hate the fact that Google Docs does not have the same shortcuts as Excel does for auto-selecting things, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so they've identified a small center. When I say small, this is a shoestring small center. Probably only 2 rooms. A lobby and a training room. Very small. They don't know yet because of this all being new exactly what the staff or to expect, but they don't expect it to be more than 30 or 40 people in total in there because it's too small for anything else. Given location, let's see here. Reinforcements will be 20 minutes. So it should be more than enough time to complete a strike. But again, this is a magic center, so there will be at least 1 trainer and multiple trainees. Along with, they assume, NSP agents to be guarding it. They have a location. It is in a rural area. Not going to care about where. Rural, but very rural. It's not in a metro city. Something new, and people playing with magic can be dangerous, of course. But they are also excited because, well, you can't train people without books.
Yeah.
So there's got to be books there.
Has to be books.
That's why I can't believe that this came up already, but hey. Awesome. So that's the basic information. What else are you going to fill in, Cook, in your briefing? Or tell everybody else?
Alright, let's learn from last time. Alpha Squad, you got the door guards. Let's not all open up and turn them into pinhole cushions. Although that was quite amusing last time. Maxie, you're still on door breach. R&D needs to learn what that armor can do. This time you're not going to have any magic armor. Any hits come your way are going to be hitting your armor or hitting you. Just be prepared for that. As for the rest of you, flashbang, I'm going to see if I can do what I did last time. I'm going to teleport that flashbang in. So Maxie, on my cue, you're going to break that door open. It's going to take roughly 30 seconds for me to cast that spell. Worked wonders last time and gave us the massive drop on them. Unless there's anything from your lieutenants. Oh, actually, yeah, one more thing. If they got a gun, kill them first. Leave one alive. And by alive, I mean leave it alive until I get to him, question him, then we'll be killing him. Any questions? Hearing none. Let's have some fun.
Do you have a specific on which live one?
If they're expected to be a trainer, let's see if we can make it the trainer. That is, unless they're armed. If they're armed, kill them. If not...
Well, if he's a magic user trainer, isn't he technically armed, period?
This is a very fair point. Kill him first. Maybe the If there's a receptionist, maybe. We might be able to get into their technological systems. Currently not too fussed about that. Still dabbling with ways on how to question people. So it's more of a experimentation stages right now. When we further our own R&D in that aspect, we'll have better answers for that, but those are good points, thank you. Magic users actually might be a little difficult for that. Let's live and learn.
Did not expect that roll, so this is going to be fun. Say when you're ready for the port. It's a rural location. You'll be porting directly outside the door. You've already established Alpha Squad is going to be taking on the door guards. Anything else? Last chance? I need to find one more.
I guess Maximus needs some charges for the doors, just in case they're locked.
Okay, how much you taking?
How much is standard?
Standard is usually 10 sticks.
10 sticks?
C4, 10 blocks of C4. You almost didn't have enough last time.
Yeah, but last time we were also going for something locked up. This time we're going for a training facility, so...
Very true also.
I'll take the 10 sticks.
Max, you take 2 more.
12 sticks then.
This is a training facility. They might have something fancy locked away in something fancy.
There you go. All right. 10 sticks of dynamite.
12.
Or charges. 12 sticks of...
12 blocks of C4 with timers.
12 blocks of C4. I know
Look
how
at
to
the right
speak.
number.
I
Look at the right
swear.
number.
Set up in basic directional entrance configurations, directional blast shape charges. Sync bracers.
General, programming the locations in correctly, and then hitting the right buttons before doing things. Standard procedure. definitely trying not to forget about that. Otherwise, we'll have a big problem on our hand.
Okay.
Syncing them up.
Say when.
Let's boogie.
Boom. Teleport in. You have 4 door guards out there. And I hear shots all of a sudden.
We'll leave Alpha to it.
Alpha Squad.
Alpha Squad fires and rolled the minimal damage, which happens to be enough to take out the 4 guards. Lucky
Good
there
job,
wasn't any
Alpha.
more.
All right,
4
door.
guards are down. Door. You've got a pretty standard building. It does not look like it's been modified at all, NSB style or anything. They just took it over. So you've got some basic solid, not glass doors, solid doors, but they look like standard simple construction.
Perfect.
You don't see any fancy locks or anything.
Cool.
I will start
I'll have-
casting the spell on the frag and say, got 30 seconds, Maxi.
All right, I'll have someone else open the door for me, and then I'll go in after he tells me when he tells me.
Okay.
Stand there and time comes. Now.
Okay.
In.
Door is open.
And whoop,
Flashbang goes in, goes off. Maxi goes in. Maxi, you're never bothered by flashbangs. Your suit compensates automatically for that. You have
oh,
16 NSB agents in the main lobby.
whew.
And since you took 30 seconds for the breach between killing the door guards, they're ready. So, initiative roll, Maxi versus them. Well, I said that they were ready, but I guess they weren't.
Oh dear.
Did you
What's
beat
my
a 2?
I beat a 2. I
You're
definitely
go-
beat a 2.
You're going first. How
All
are
right.
you doing your entrance?
Upon walking in, I am going to open fire on the first guy I see with a gun.
They all have guns. These are all standard NSB agents.
Just opening fire then. I'm going to keep marching in and opening fire is what I'm doing. So burst fire, four burst rounds on
3 rounds.
the first guy. 3 burst rounds. I thought we
It's 3.
said they were 4 bursts. So it is 3? Okay.
Or did we?
I think we did say 4 actually, because
I
the,
think we
the number
did
of
say 4
100,
to
yeah.
keep it at 100. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had never updated my
I
sheet.
forgot about that.
Oh, jeez.
I did update my sheet.
Okay, do your 4-round burst.
First guy.
Actually, I take that back. Sorry.
Mhm.
There are 16 regular NSB agents in here and 1 bigger looking agent
One
in
big
here
boy.
who has armor.
Oh, I'm opening fire on him.
Okay, yes, I figured that would be.
22 to hit
What did you roll?
What's the rule?
and 11. I rolled an 11 for a total of 22.
Roll your damage. You hit his armor.
I was rolling wrong for you if that's the entire bonus.
Well, it's a burst shot, so burst has +1. And I have a normal +10 usually. Let's see, totaling.
Oh, right, because...
46 points of damage. Oh, times 10.
I was gonna say, what?
460 points of damage.
Good heavens.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage.
Give me a percentage roll.
Percentage 42. The
Okay.
meaning of life.
Yes. Well, like I said, you hit his armor, shredded his armor, shredded him, but somehow none of the other bullets found their way to anybody else. He's dead.
Ripped right through. It's like,
You
bam.
shredded him.
Boom. All right, I'm about to take several rounds into.
Yeah, probably. Let's see, 16. So I was doing this based on 6, 12.
Did the
That-
flashbang do anything good?
Oh yeah, flashbangs. That's why they rolled a 2 on their initiative.
Oh crap! Oh wow!
Well, I take that back. So most of them are stunned, but there was one group that isn't. Don't know how, but they were ready. I rolled a natural 20. They hit.
I wear my sunglasses inside.
4. There we go. These are them. So they are rolling these 4 times. Huh? Okay. Axie's not going to be all that happy. 12, 17, 170 damage. On a natural 20, no, it still hits your armor. So 170 off your armor. Next action, you will have, since Maxie went in point, we're going to say Beta went in first. So you'll have your Beta Strike team in as well. So at what point are you going in, Cook?
I'm gonna go in with Beta.
Okay, you'll be in this round too. Maxie, you're first. Now you're on standard, guys. And you saw what a burst did to the armored guy. Just saying. You may not need to burst these guys. We'll see.
Oh, my aim is much higher to hit.
Okay.
I will take for the next guy and attempt to shoot his head off with an aim rather than a burst fire, so single shot.
Okay.
I rolled a 12 for a total of 27.
Okay. These guys have no armor on, so 4 or better hits.
Perfect.
They don't have enough armor to armor everybody like you guys do. Yet.
I rolled 3 6s, 180 damage.
Yeah, he's dead. He is
Dice
so
gods.
dead. Give me a percentage roll again. Yeah, it's exceeding. Oh, this was a single shot. Never mind.
Yeah.
His head did such a nice explosion.
Like the watermelon.
That red powder mist going everywhere. The ketchup going everywhere. Yeah. And
Red
balls.
mist.
Red mist. Let's see here. The rest of the squad took out 5 more. Did a little bit better this time. Cook.
Alright, I'm gonna do an aim shot at one of them.
Okay.
And yeah, so I was rolling incorrectly last time. I forgot about certain numbers.
Okay.
This is... Yeah. So, this time. Roll a 15 for...
It hits.
Yeah,
As long as you rolled above a 4.
above 4. That's
They
a
don't
big
have
number.
armor.
Big number.
They don't have armor yet.
What's the... It's 3D... One... How many?
Yeah,
D6?
3d6 times 10.
3d6 times 10. Thank you. Well, that's 90.
Dead.
Gone. Poof.
He's gone. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 left in this room. And let's see if... And no one else has shown up yet in this room. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Their turn.
Where have I noted?
9's gonna be 2, so... Oh, ouch. 4 more hits. $180, Mexi.
All right.
Your armor's taking it this time.
Mm-hmm. Which is what we want. So
Which is what we want.
watch.
R&D will
Third
be...
melee action. Alpha will be in the room as well this time. Maxi, go first.
Another head.
Another hit.
Well, I rolled a 5, so that's one
That's a
above
hit.
4.
Yep. That's a hit still.
Oh man, that was close. Oh, didn't roll too bad this time. Well, didn't roll bad last time. I rolled max last time. 8 plus 6 is 12? 14?
Dead.
14. 140, so cool.
Dead.
mystified.
Mystified again. The 2 squads. 7, 11. Finish the room. The room is
Right.
cleared.
Okay, how long are we into the mission?
Well, that went 3 rounds plus your 30 seconds. Two minutes.
Still less than a minute. 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
2 minutes just because.
Cool. Back door or another door.
Another door.
As you're
Again, same standard door.
prepping for it, I'm going to say, it's like 2 minutes in, 8 minutes left. Let's hustle up,
8
break that door
minutes?
open. Maxi, this time, we're throwing a flashbang in, no teleport.
Okay. Maxi preps a flashbang, nods to the guy to open the door, and then throws it in.
Give me a roll. Give me a strike melee roll.
Strike melee roll.
And just tell me what
rolled-
you rolled.
A 17.
Why is luck always on your guys' side?
Luck loves us.
Okay, so perception roll, Maxi, since you're there.
Perception. 20.
Yeah, you saw it. You threw that grenade into the room, but it didn't go far because it met resistance at the door, as if there was an invisible wall, invisible something, magical barrier after you opened the door, but you got through anyhow. Otherwise, it would have been fun. It would have bounced back, didn't it, you guys? But hey,
Threw it through the barrier.
you threw it through the barrier. And it goes off,
Baseballs, bro.
and you see 3 people in that room. 2, which I guess you're going to be classified as students, and 1 teacher.
All right, I'm opening fire on the teacher.
Okay, roll to hit.
This will be a burst because unsure whether or not he's using magic to help himself. I rolled a 7 on the die, though.
Okay, roll your damage.
Okay, cool. 10, 20.
Take the bursts away from you guys now. I'm gonna have to think about this. Burst damage.
370.
Good grief.
No, it's the way the combat was designed to be.
efficient.
370 damage. Yeah, you guys. The NSP has not adapted to this yet. You definitely see that the first couple of bullets hit a barrier. And you're familiar with magic armor by now.
Mhm.
And definitely you hit the magic armor. But you did enough damage to exceed the magic armor and kill him.
Oof. Oof.
Oof is right. 2 students left. And you wanted one alive?
I would like one alive.
Well,
Actually-
since this is a breach, Max is the only one in the room yet.
I will
Okay.
hold my hand up and step through and be like, either one of you spills, I'll let you live.
What?
Basically, tell me what you know, I'll let you live.
Spills. Okay. I thought you said spells. I'm like,
Spells? No, I meant
any
spills.
one of you
Yeah.
spells, I'll let you live. I'm like, are you asking them to cast?
No.
I'm keeping my gun trained on them.
Let's see here. Well, I don't know why, but they didn't say a word. They're not intimidated.
Are they doing anything?
Unfortunately, no. They're not stupid. There's a lot of people filing in now. You're giving them a time. So there's at least a unit plus Maxie and Cook in the room. They are not. You see that they each have a pistol, but they are not drawing it. They're not doing anything. They're not talking, but they are not doing anything aggressive.
My friend here's got a rather vicious appetite, and it's not very pleasant for the person being eaten by him. So, you can either spend the next 3 seconds talking about what you know, what's going on, or you can spend the rest of your life being eaten bit by bit by good old Maxie here.
I'm going to just, keep my gun trained on them and my head pointed at them. But they can't see my eyes, but my eyes are kind of looking at Cook like, I can't actually open my mouth right now.
Yeah,
so.
but they don't know that. I'm smiling, showing them the whole teeth, trying to give them the full horror factor.
What is with
Rolling
these
well
two
again.
guys? They're rolling identical, is what it is.
Oh.
They're like twins. They're rolling identical.
The twin guards from the Cenobite universe.
Okay. Wow. Let me look at the team real fast. Just because this is going to be contested. Beta team. Of course. Beta team has the first. Forget it. Beta team has the 2 speedsters on
They
it.
do have the speedsters. How fast is that? I need to check that out.
I had to
294.
expand the speed chart to go that high.
Oh, you do. Oh,
So you can just scroll to the bottom.
Let's
Easy
see.
find.
294. It's what, like, faster than a freight train?
miles
It's
per
around
hour,
800.
200 miles per hour.
They're fast.
They are fast.
So, and I'm going to base that on the reaction time as well. The question is, you've got 2 individuals. So what's kind of happening is the 2 magic users are drawing their weapons.
Okay.
And they beat you, Maxie, already
Mm-hmm.
for their reaction. they won't beat these two.
Mm-mm.
The question is, you got two independent people stopping two independent people. Are they going for knockouts or kills? Because this wasn't coordinated. You only wanted
No,
one
yeah.
alive.
This wasn't coordinated.
And what do you know? They both went for knockouts. So what you see in almost a blur is the two magic users pull out their weapons, but they never were aiming at you guys. They were kind of getting ready to do suicides.
Ah, yeah.
But your two speedsters beat them to the punch, so to say, and knocked them out. So you have two unconscious magic users.
Okay. That's 3 minutes, 7 minutes to go. Beta, find what you can. Alpha, train weapons. One of the NCOs, or one of the Alpha squad, I'll look at one of the units, just a random one, and say, tie this one up real quick.
Okay. Tie one of them up.
We'll tie them up. Tie them
Tie
both
them
up
both.
real quick and wake this one up.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry, that's what I was going
Okay.
for. My brain thought it, my mouth did not say it.
Okay. He is awake. They are both tied up. We'll do the rolls later for fines.
Yeah.
Once the strike's over. But you've got plenty of time to get everything.
Also utilizing see invisibility, sense magic, and detect concealment spells.
Should all of Beta be doing as well?
Well, all
Standard.
beta that can.
That can, yeah. Yeah, that can.
We're not totally trained up yet, but yes.
Not in time.
Everybody's standard procedure. Everybody has plenty of PPE to be doing this.
4 of us can.
Yes. Well, everybody that has the spells, even in alpha, have them up
Cool.
and are
Reminds me,
looking
I should.
because there is that threat of that invisibility thing that you guys know about, but you haven't seen.
Because it's invisible.
Because it's invisible, yeah, no.
I think it's what, 14 in general for that. Oh, I still.
You got an awake magic user bound. What are you doing?
I am gently taking one of my sharpened nails across his collarbone. I'm like, this could be real easy if you just start talking. I'm being
I
sure to drop
like
that.
you doing the talking better. Let's waste some more time.
That's a pity. I'll slash this one's throat.
Roll to hit. It'd be great if you roll a 1.
I did. I rolled a 1.
Well, he jerked out of the way just in time. Like, yeah,
Huh.
smart.
Alright then. The fast way. I'll grab hold of his collarbone, take my hand, and do that, sliding it up his into his chest cavity.
Still gonna need a roll to hit.
Yeah, yeah. Don't roll a 1. I rolled a 4. This guy doesn't
Go
like me.
missed. He might be bound and tied, but he seems to be nimble enough to dodge.
Oh, you're a nimble little boy. Maybe you're worth keeping alive a little bit. Hold him. I'll wake the other one up.
Okay.
Alright.
You get the other one awake. I am still saying that each of these actions is taking a minute.
Okay.
This isn't truly combat, but
Yeah. Fancy that, your friend doesn't want to talk. Now either he starts talking or you start talking, or I start tearing limbs and start killing. Starting with you. You get to watch. Start talking.
I rolled a 20 and a 19 for these two.
Oh, such a shame.
They are twins.
They are twins. This one, I'll go for the chest again. It's a new D20, so let's see if this one serves me better. And definitely not holding my punches on this. Oh, that's a 17. You beautiful die. Thank you.
Well, you hit him. Chances are you can roll damage, but if you can exceed 40 points, you're going to kill him.
I'm rolling 11d6 and a d4.
Actually, sorry, these are the trainees.
They are the
30
trainees.
points, and you can kill them.
Grief. Let's see, that's 8, 9, 11, d4.
Bunch of ones, it would be funny. It would be
Yeah.
There's a few in there. Let's see,
Well, I
that's
mean-
10, 20, 8, 30. That's
dead.
He's dead.
dead. And so going up, grab hold of the harp, pull it out. Like, still beating and warm. You want to talk yet?
I rolled an 18. He is not talking.
Hmm. What
And
a
you are
shame.
getting closer.
What a shame. Finish him off. I'll leave it to whoever is. Beta's looking around, so I'll just look at the people in Alpha and say, wasted enough time. Finish him off. And leave them to kill him.
Well, since you didn't say who, all 6 enlisted open fired.
That's kind of what I was hoping for, just to leave that one
So,
person with a true
he
visage of
dead.
horror.
Yeah. Everybody's dead.
Beta, what you find?
Okay.
I've still got the heart in my hand and I'm looking at it.
We will go through the finds after you pour it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they come back
But you
around.
definitely found stuff.
Sweet.
Because there are automatics, plus you get a roll.
We got
It's,
anything?
it's interesting. The 2 automatics for a small training center is 2 palms.
Hey,
And there were 2
Nice.
trainees, so makes total sense.
that they got nice.
So you definitely got 2 palms out of it.
All right. We got
Now,
anything
out
to torch the place?
It's up to you. You're in command.
Just torch it and boogie.
Torch the place.
Did we bring things to torch the place with?
Fire's pretty common.
Pretty easy to
Plus, technically, you have explosives.
yeah. Put things
You
in
can
the right
torch the place quite efficiently. More called leveling the place.
I am trained in military demolitions now, so.
Are you going to use it?
Oh, he gave the order.
Give me your roll.
Ooh, 31% underneath 60.
You quite expertisely bring the building down. It's what you see, the building exploding and coming down as you teleport out.
Boom.
Boom. You do get a plus 30 on your roll, so you can roll for your magic item. Cook.
Making a note here quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Torch without using supplies. Fun thing is, everything I'm actually making notes for, I thought of. I just now have a genuine excuse to initiate these thoughts. Plus 30. All right. I rolled a 99%. Plus 30 is...
So that pushes it over 100.
Yeah, it does.
It's too bad you didn't get that 99 raw.
I know.
Because the 99 is a pack.
It's
but
a
anyway.
pack. Well,
So you get the roll again with modifiers, and we double the outcome.
maybe I'll get a 69.
That would work.
That would be hilarious.
2 more packs? Oh, God, no.
Come on, dice gods. I have a rule that if it's out of the tray, it's not good. And that bounced out of the tray. Alright. That is a 55 plus 30, so 85.
85.
Yes. Yeah, the roll out
Doubled.
of the tray was a 65.
This,
So it would have been
you
a
know,
95.
it's funny how the dice mirror the environment. This is a magic training center, so you got your 2 palms, and you also got 8 scrolls.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh. That's exciting.
So you're gonna have 8 spells. Remember your D 222. But I will need a percentage dice first to determine if they're grimoires or if they're magic spells, scrolls. You know, the cast type,
Yeah, yeah.
insta cast type.
Is that going to be for each one?
For each one.
Alrighty.
So you can do all your 50%ers first.
Okay, perfect. The first one is a 42.
Grimoire. Second one.
62.
Caster.
Third. 5.
Grimoire.
Uh, 53.
Caster. Are we going to go split this? Well, it makes sense, law of average, but anyway.
Clean 60.
Caster.
$33.
Grimoire.
74.
Caster. This one should be a grimoire to make it 50-50.
Let's see. 28.
Grimoire. 5 casters and 5 grimoires, so
4 and 4. Perfect. Here we go.
let's see. Let me re-randomize for a bit here just to be fun. Okay. Re-random.
All
Go for
right.
it. First one, which is
First
a grimoire.
Is a 74.
74. You are in the proud possession of. You cannot get away from that school. I think you already
Flesh?
got this one. You did. Mind Sculpt. You got a Mind Sculpt scroll. Level 14.
Mind sculpt. Perfect.
250 PPE to cast. Flesh sculptures.
Gotta love the flesh sculpting ones.
Next one is a caster, so luckily your team knows not to read these out loud when they find them.
Yeah.
'Cause it could have been
Oh,
funny.
right. I'm not rolling a percentile dice for that. I'm doing this one.
Yeah,
206.
206. So if somebody would have read this aloud, interesting. Open pathway.
Huh. I wonder what that
Cannot
does.
tell anything about that because it's a caster. It's not a grimoire. So until you learn what the spell does,
I don't think we
I
have
probably
that
would
spell either.
suggest. Yeah, I probably would not suggest just reading it out loud to see what it does.
Yeah. I'm curious now.
Third spell, Grimoire.
Third spell is a 136.
136. Fingers of Wind.
That's new.
Third level spell, 5 PPE to cast, Wizard School.
Alright.
Next one's the caster.
183. Oh, crap.
183.
What think?
Interesting. Even I don't know what this one does. Dorian's Mirror.
Interesting indeed.
Next one is a caster as well.
Alright. That's new as well. And of course we can't learn anything about it.
Nope.
That's a bummer. Next one was a 37.
This is a caster, but you know what this... Well, you can know what this one does eventually. Preserve living flesh. So I think you have that one in the
We do.
library. Just haven't studied it.
We do. We just haven't studied it yet, yeah.
Grimoire.
This next one, 152.
Ha! Oh boy. And this is a Grimoire.
Oh,
Control, enslave, entity.
Alrighty. What level is that?
10th level spell, 80 PPE, Wizard School.
That one's getting starred. That one's definitely getting starred.
Caster.
5.
Interesting. Invisibility, simple. You know what that one does.
I do. Well, I have invisibility greater. Or
I thought
superior.
you studied invisibility, simple.
Superior is the one I've got.
Okay. Last is the Grimoire.
167.
Sleep.
Ah.
Level 5, 10 PPE, Wizard School. Not a bad run. All makes sense. 2 POMs and 8 scrolls. That is school for studying magic.
That is wunderbar.
That is your strike for the day, sir.
We get back. A little sad that they didn't talk, but
It's here rolling kid. I don't know why.
they'll talk eventually. I've got some ideas.
So you got another 4 hours. You got dinner, evening briefing.
Did we have any time left after the strike? As in that hour that we have set aside, was there any time left after
No,
that?
I'm gonna say no. Just we'll say prep, strike, debriefing.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna give you extra time there. Even though the strike was fast, but you got prep time, making sure everyone's got checked out, munitions, things like that, and
Would there have been enough time for Maximus to have written out a report on how the armor did during that time, or is he going to have to take time elsewhere to do that?
If anything, maybe that's something we would ask during the debrief, and something that I write up
yeah,
for the R&D department.
that'll be part of the debrief. So yeah.
Perfect.
Because that is
So
something
for-
I'm working on and trying to work with them on. Cook wants things from the R&D. We gotta play nice.
You'll need to heal your armor. So that should be some PPE, but technically by tomorrow, whatever PPE you spend, you'll have back, so it doesn't matter. So basically, you're going to have your evening briefing, which is just going to be very standard. Again, going over the strike, see if anybody else saw anything. Dinner, free time, sleep. So you've got another 6 hours to put into something.
Maximus is going to put 3 hours, essentially. It's 2.5 to learn the spell Fear. And if that's not one anyone knows, another half hour to write up what it does.
It is not one anyone knows.
Okay.
I know this because every spell we have are ones that I know.
It's a level 2 spell.
Perfect. Good.
Okay. Fear. Level 4? No.
No, level 2.
Sorry, here I am talking again on mute. It's in the book, Fear.
Perfect.
Kind of can give an area a bad feeling.
So that's 3 hours for that, and then he'll put, for that training time, he'll put another hour into what I was just doing. Paramedics, so I'm at 34 on that one, and then he'll put the last 2 hours at the end of the day in wrestling.
Okay. Cook. 6 hours into the book.
I'm putting 6 hours into the book.
Up to 17. Nothing revealed yet.
After, of course, giving the POM and whatnot to the training facility.
Yep, 2 POMs. Let's see here. Bryant Blake.
Brian Blake.
Bryant Blake will be trained up.
POM.
And Melissa Smith will be trained up. And then Lily and Aaron will know basic spells.
Nice. Very good. That's on the right one. There we go. Should get an overlay to share this as well. Food for thought in the future.
Yeah, good choice.
That way they can all see that too. Right.
Oh,
End of day, unless anyone else wants to try to do anything else, we shall be on the 12th of January, which will be a Wednesday. Wednesday's a good day, hump day.
Hump day.
This day, the morning's going to be very standard. Unless you wish to bring up anything else in the Colonel's meeting, Cook, nothing else is going to be brought in.
Nothing else. Do the general rigmarole of going over the fact that they've got magic users, magic armor, a whole lot.
Yeah, they got some magic. It didn't prove very useful. I'm going to have to up that. But it's the way we start and learn. At the time that you normally have your afternoon briefing, so 12 o'clock.
Before then,
Cook.
actually, I have something.
Okay.
In the briefings and such, notice that Max is doing some spell studying, so I'll have
Yeah.
a runner go and fetch him for me.
oh dear.
Okay. Maxie, you've been summoned to the captain's office.
I report to the captain's office. Captain.
Go for it.
Maxie, good to see. I see here you've been going over some spells, learning a few
As
things.
ordered.
It's delightful. I'd like you to learn a few specific ones.
Which funds?
Remove skin, remove living bone, fuse bones.
Remove skin. Remove living bone.
Yep,
Yep.
And fuse bones.
yep.
Gonna make him into a flesh sculptor? No.
There's also a paralysis superior and ignite fire. Igniting fire so we can torch a place without using supplies. Of course. Like that to be a commonality. Paralysis just so we can make sure no one runs. And if you can, blind and flash. You wearing that armor, you're always going to be in the front. And if I
What was the first one? There was a paralysis, blinding flash. What was the one right before paralysis?
fuse bones,
No, after fuse bones. You said one other.
there wasn't.
Something about fire.
The
Ignite
fire.
fire.
Ignite.
That was after paralysis.
Oh, I thought it was before.
No.
My bad.
There's a blinding flash too. It's a nice, simple, easy one, level 1. Shouldn't be too hard to learn. But if anything, that might be a flashbang type spell. And if it's easy enough to cast, with you breaching the doors, cast it right out the gate. We won't have to use flashbangs anymore. Save on supplies. Just those last 3 are just general recommendations. You don't have to learn those ones. But as you can see, I've been trying to question some of the people, and I think having a few spells to assist in that manner might be handy.
Maximus
nasty.
will salute.
Should take a little moment there. Look forward to reading the reports on those. I'm also mighty curious about the Mind Sculpt one. I've come across that a few times. As you know, though, I've got principles of arcane knowledge to study here, and unfortunately I don't have much of the time to study the spells myself. Your assistance in that would be greatly appreciated.
Can I
Good job.
even learn spells higher than my level?
Yes.
You can.
Okay.
It
You
just
can
takes
learn
a long
any
time.
spell. Just takes a long time, yeah. A 14, or yeah, it's a 14th
That's
level
a 14.
spell.
For me, it
That
would
would
take
probably
78
take-
and a half hours. But I'm a level 5. For you...
Mind
It would
Sculpt.
take 122.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a lot of hours
it's
for
a
Mind
heavy one.
Sculpt.
That's why that's just a curiosity.
Would be nice. Curiosity.
Would be nice.
Maybe later.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Captain?
No, I think that's about it. Thank you very much, Maximus.
He excuses himself.
Okay. Allocate those 4 hours of morning training time to what you need to.
Give me a sec. I might have to change things up here in a moment.
Yeah. Cook, I assume, 4 more hours into the book.
Yeah. 4 more hours into the pack.
21 hours. Yay. Still nothing. Confusing.
Just rubbing
Who could
samples at
write
the end
such
of
a
it.
thing?
Oh, that's a level 9 spell. Jeez.
Fuse Bones might be the one you want to start with. That's a level 2. And I imagine that would be quite painful. Cook's going down a dark path.
It's about time. No.
He went from training kids in Taekwondo to...
Torture. Master
Torture.
interrogator. Torturer.
learning how to do
Fuse
that.
bones. Remove skin. Remove living bone. Wow, you're going to make jelly piles out of everybody. No.
That's the idea. Let's see. Yeah, that's all I've got for that.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? We'll
Just let Maxie figure out what he's
What
doing.
he's doing, perfect.
We'll take this moment to learn Fuse Bones.
How long will it take you?
Level 2 is 2 hours and 30 minutes, so he'll take 3 hours to do that and put the last hour in paramedics.
Okay. I need, well, of course, Fuse Bones is not a wizard spell.
It's a flesh sculpt.
It's a flesh sculpt. Fuse Bones. I just need to see which Fuse Bones comes from Through the Looking Glass. I have to go to a different book. Find the flesh sculptures.
Are we reading Alice in Wonderland?
Yes, well, maybe.
Gonna go Mad Hatter. It's time for tea! Oh, instant regret.
A very happy on birthday to you two.
What?
That's a way of saying Happy Death Day.
I see.
Yeah. Very happy on birthday to you.
I mean, that's what they were celebrating when they were having tea.
I see. Why? Can I not find this spell?
It's hiding from us because it doesn't want us to learn it.
It's a level. Sorry, that's probably why I went to
It's a
level
level.
4.
Level 2.
It's level 2.
Okay. Level 2 spell. There it is. We are going to cooks. Level 2s. So I'll put it after fear. Boom. Fuse bones. Not going to be useful.
Bummer.
Spell does not work on bones of living creatures.
Ah. That's a pity.
But you didn't know that.
Yeah.
So
Now we do.
he can make some nice sculptures with dead bones now. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Just realized something. How many spells have you learned?
Yes,
have a
I am
limit.
keeping track of that.
Okay. Yeah, you can only learn 9.
He's not
Yeah,
quite
I
up
can
to
only
1 for
learn
1.
9. I had
Okay.
planned for 9, so this is actually cutting into what Maximus
You
planned
can
to
literally
learn.
don't forget
But
you
you
can
can
drop
forget
it.
'em.
You can forget them. You don't have to keep them, so you can drop Fuse Bone.
Well, we probably will because
Yeah,
it's not
you'll-
going to be what we expect. But
You'll write your report on it and then go, forget, delete.
Yeah, I'll send him a memo.
Alt delete.
Send him a brief memo. Just Control Alt Delete Fuse Bone. Not useful
Not useful.
Not useful in combat,
in combat.
normally. You never know.
Fear of a
Not really
particular
useful
area.
for anything Maxwell would even bother.
Yeah.
Maxie would even bother using. So he is going to forget that one.
TBH, fear is not entirely useful. Actually, no. Fear might be useful for intimidations.
For
the interrogations,
For
yeah.
Maximus, fear's exactly what he wants.
Well, yes, but you're working as a team in a team unit.
Yeah,
Whether or
but
not
there's
it's-
also still the Maximus wants it.
Cool. Let me know. You guys ready to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. So, just before your afternoon briefing, you're both going to be summoned to the council chambers.
Oh.
So, you'll have to designate one of your lieutenants to run the meeting.
Yeah. I will give that. Where is my. First Lieutenant Jerry Russell. Have fun.
And we'll just roll that random. Maybe later, I don't know. I think actually strike will be suspended for today.
Ooh.
Team strike, maybe.
Ooh.
We'll see. So you both... Maximus has been in the council chambers before. So it's a separate building. You didn't get the description if you didn't watch it, but it's a separate building, lots of guards. You go into a conference room. It looks almost like any other conference room, big table for about 20 people. The 4 generals of the base will be there, and you'll see generals from other bases there. You can tell they're holograms, but you can't see any equipment or anything that is generating the holograms.
Fascinating every time. Gotta love it.
So, your general starts off. We have a mission for you two. Possibly. You both, I believe, have been briefed on the past Gaia incident, where Gaia almost wiped the world. She decided to be done with the humans and start over. At that time, General Anubis and General Obsidian Darkchild talked her out of it. We don't know the specifics of it because they never told us. But they were our liaisons to Gaia, so to say, and we need to keep on her good side. We can't make an enemy of her because she can end us all. But there's so much not known about her. Now, Anubis and Obsidian are tending to spend their days more off-world, as they put it. They're still part of the militia, but they're running their own path and own missions, and they're not always around. In fact, they're practically never around. So we would like to establish some new liaisons. And since the first two were a magic user and a tank, we felt you two would be quite awesome at possibly becoming the new liaisons to Gaia. The one thing we do know, though, is this has to be entirely voluntary. We can't order you to do this. She would never accept it.
General, might I speak frankly for a moment?
Sure.
I do not think this is something I am going to be very good at.
How do you know?
I am not a people person, General. I take orders, I follow orders. I go on from there.
This is not a people. This is a planet.
But there still needs to be some level of skill at being able to be on someone's good side.
That's where I come in, Maxie.
And unless
Good
I am
choice.
going to be working as simply as a bodyguard for Captain Cook, it might not be wise.
How about this? From what I understand, this is just the first contact. It's not a commitment. How about you go now and let's see if we can figure out what would be required. And if you wish to step out, you can.
I can agree to that, General.
Chuck?
I would be more than delighted.
Okay. This will take the place of your normal team strike, so you can have the team do some more training. Because it's just going to be you two. That's all that they will allow is two. We have the port-in location in Africa. We don't clearly understand everything, but these are what was the coordinates given to us by the other two generals. Hopefully, you'll figure out what to do from there. If nothing happens within the allotted hour of strike time, just come back and we'll just call it a wash and we'll figure out something else. And they give you the coordinates.
Thank you, Generals.
Dismissed. Head out. You can prep. You're very positive this is what would be classified as a diplomatic mission?
No weapons, right?
That's up to you. Nothing was said about it, but
I'm gonna go unarmed.
it's gonna be one of those things. You mean, do you think shooting at Gaia would make any difference?
Nope. That's why I'm going unarmed. It's like if
Or shooting at one of Gaia's representatives representatives would be make any difference.
Wouldn't be
Besides, you
smart.
probably could kill them, but the hand splat afterwards would probably be bad. It's up to you guys if you wish to go unarmed.
Unless given orders otherwise, Maximus would probably go armed, but he wouldn't, hold it at the ready. He'd just have it at his side.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going unarmed. I'm not going to have any weaponry of any kind.
Okay.
Except for my
Always be
teeth,
prepared.
claws, and magic.
Okay. You guys can make all the preparations you want, then let me know when you're ready to go. And we'll start this train. And next week we can roll up some new characters. No. Or if you feel like, this would probably be a good time to take a break. If you
I was
wish.
good to say. Give me a chance to maybe find some appropriate sound for it, and a chance to use a loot, because I have to lose some mounts desperately.
Awesome. So, people, we shall take a quick 10-minute break and get yourself a refill from Millie, or more of whatever stew that was again you said was available.
It's Trash Panda Stew, everybody.
Trash Panda Stew is available from Millie if you have the gold.
Averin's been chopping off my limbs and regrowing them.
Awesome. Everybody should be back. Thank you, guys. Boom. Gaia time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you took care of some business that may need to be taken care of. Got some more refreshments, maybe something to eat. Ready to see what our adventurers, our party, does with trying to meet Gaia, basically. Or what Gaia is, even, or who knows what. All they really know is that Gaia, at one point in the past, got fed up with the human race and almost hit the reset button. And was talked down of it by a couple of Nightbane. Those Nightbane are no longer readily available should this happen again. And a lot of information they chose not to share. So they're going in pretty blind. The military or the militia does know that, well, we live on this planet, so we kind of can't make an enemy of it. Probably would come as a shock to most people to find out that the planet is actually sentient. So that's something new. But then, as much as they've learned over the past few months, probably nothing surprising them anymore. Are you guys ready to port?
I'm so ready.
Entirely.
Okay.
As ready as we can be, at the very least.
Yeah.
Sitting there thinking, like, I don't think I'm trained for this. Oh, well.
No one is trained for this. Ever. Well, actually, I take that back. It's quite possible if you studied and devoted your life to Gaia that you could be ready for this. But anyway, you port. You find yourselves on the plains of Africa. Nice grasslands, practically no trees anywhere. But you are outside of, call it a hill. A big hill. It's not a mountain. Definitely not a mountain range or a hill range. It's just a big hill. But you see what looks to be possibly a cave entrance. And you see a native sitting outside the entrance. Tribesman. And it's about midday, which has always been something that's confused you guys because you do have a day and night cycle on the base, but it never seems to match day and night cycles in the strike. So who knows? But this one does match a little bit. Midday to midday. What do you do?
I will.
You're about 100 feet away from him in the cave entrance.
I will begin approaching. Kind of give a look back to Maximus and like, won't you just stay a couple feet behind me? Or actually, you know what? They couldn't send us here on an order, so I'm not going to give you any orders. Do what you think is fit. Whatever you see fit.
Bodyguard. Right. Maximus is going to flank Cook and just generally look like a bodyguard for the most part.
Perceptions.
Perception.
Oh. 24.
Well, Maxie, on an 11. Hey, you're approaching a cave with a guy sitting outside of it. Hey, in the middle of Africa. Nice open plains, peaceful, but whatever. Cook. Pretty much the same. The tradesman looks like he's meditating. The cave entrance looks weird. Standard cave entrance, not man-made, of course, purely natural. But it's just it looks too dark. You're midday. There really aren't too many shadows being cast around, but you can practically draw a line in the dirt. Beyond that, it's pitch black. You can't see into the cave at all. With your perception, why don't you roll me an MA? Roll under your MA. Mental affinity.
My MA is low. Well, it's
Yes,
14.
it is.
It's my
14.
lowest trait. Almost. My PD actually is worse.
Yeah, you're not a beautiful.
No.
Which is strange because we might have to go back and look at that because you do have a physical beauty, don't you?
I have a
I
singular
do.
physical. Well, I do as well, but I also have a lot of things going against my
Your
physical beauty. Naked mole rat.
Yeah. This is where you wanted to roll that one. Did you roll a natural 20?
Uh-huh.
Yep. It's always fun to
I should have rolled the gold.
Make them roll the other way around. Okay, that's all you get.
Oh dear.
You approach. You can approach practically right up to him. He shows no reaction.
Are they sitting down at all?
Yeah, they're sitting down,
Okay.
kind of like in a meditative state.
I will stop 10 feet away from them and sit down in the same fashion.
Okay. Say anything?
For now, no.
Here's that first big decision, people. Does he disturb him?
For now,
no.
I will sit and I will wait.
Okay. Maxie?
I will pay most of my attention going outward, but also wait.
Okay. Impressive. After about 5 minutes of total silence, sitting there, the tribe man speaks. It's shocking because Cook, his English is like a Texan. Maxie, you hear German.
Well, now.
Perfect.
He says, "Good. You have patience. You will need this. What is it that you seek, Cook?" Says your name.
I seek knowledge.
Knowledge of?
The arcane arts. That's what has got my current curiosities.
What brings you here, though?
I understand there's a need for a liaison of sorts. And if seen fit, I would like to be that.
The argument that there's a need for a liaison is entirely on your behalf, but can be understandable.
That does draw,
Please wait.
of course.
He doesn't move or anything. He just continues to sit there.
I will continue to do the same.
If you wish, you both can give me another perception roll.
I am paying more attention outside of like what's the other direction from the cave. Keeping
That's
an eye
fine.
on
You
that.
can still do this.
Perfect.
It's not him.
19.
Good.
I think upon his saying you will need patience, I will actually try to begin to meditate. And be patient. So if I can,
No perception?
I won't pay. Yeah, I won't do perception.
That's fine.
Okay.
Both of you give me MA rolls under your MA.
All right, Goldilocks. It's your time to shine.
This
Yes,
isn't
sir.
very hard for me. I got a 6, which is under my 22.
Shoot, yes. And Cook rolled a natural 20 again on the gold die.
I
No.
rolled a 19. It still hasn't given me a
Imagine.
natural 20, but it is still succeeding at betraying me. You're the worst.
So Cook is meditating and is not understanding much. Maxie, being the wilderness guy that you are, you're a little bit more in tune with the wilderness. You can definitely tell there's a rhythm and a flow here. Not quite sure of what, but you can sense changes every now and then. You know, it may be nothing more than a change in the direction of the breeze or the change in the sound. But it doesn't seem, I wouldn't call it natural. It's definitely natural, but it doesn't seem random. You wait for another 16 minutes. And then it says, she has agreed to let you in for further discussions. Please enter the cave.
I'll stand up. Thank you.
He stands up as well.
Maximus will leave his military gear at the mouth of the cave because I'm starting to get the feeling it's not going to be necessary.
Okay.
Before walking past the individual, I'll give him a bow. It's kind of one of those hesitant, a little shift ones, and then straighten up and attempt to straighten my uniform. I don't need to straighten my uniform. It's always rad. Okay. Start heading for the mouth of the cave.
You guys enter the cave. It is definitely a barrier that you pass through. But it's a barrier. There's no doubt about that. You both get in the cave. This is where it gets interesting. It's beautiful. There are so many words that you could use to describe what you are now seeing. But it's very beautiful. It's very vibrant, very alive. It feels healthy. You get the feeling of contentness. You're looking at a cave. Looks to be a natural cave, nothing man-made about it, all formed nicely, but there are definitely shapes and forms. You see, stones which don't look really like stones, more like benches or seats, but they're perfectly smoothed. Not a tool has ever touched them. You see trees of all different types. The cave is illuminated, but you don't know what from. There is no light source. It's just illuminated, perfectly fine. You see different pools of water, pools of water or liquid, we'll say, in different spots. This is big. This is like the size of a football field in here. And you just see trees, bushes, moss, different pools of water. The pools all look different. Some have different colors. Some maybe different consistencies or thickness. Some are luminescent. But again, it's all beautiful, vibrant. The greens, the colors are vibrant, alive. The best. You've never seen greens. It's like you'd never realized what green was until you got in here. The air, so pure. So pure. It's like you've never breathed before. It's so pure in here. The air is so clean. And again, you use the same words. It's vibrant. It's alive. Even the tasting of the air, it's healthy. It's clean. All your senses are just being assaulted by this pureness of beauty and cleanness of this oasis. You also see animals in here. Many, many different types of animals, birds, reptiles, plains animals that shouldn't be on this continent. And again, they're either lazily walking around or they're just napping. You sense no hostility in any of them towards each other, even though there should be. You got a lion maybe sleeping next to a small mole or, something that they're perfectly content and sleeping. You do not see any other humans in here besides the tribesmen who came along with you. It's just, your senses are overloaded with just the healthy pureness, cleanness. You could easily decide, I'm just going to spend the rest of my life here.
I think it's safe to say that for Cook, this is the calmest and most relaxed you've ever seen Maximus.
Perceptions? Easy perceptions.
26.
Yeah. Okay, you didn't need that much, but yes.
23.
Great. You're not wearing your uniforms. Your uniforms are gone. You look back towards the door. You see 2 uniforms on the ground at the door. They don't look like they were damaged or anything, but they are not a part of you, which, from your knowledge, wasn't possible. They're symbiotes. but they did not come farther than a step from the door.
Not even going to question it.
Yeah.
Of course, Cook looks like a naked mole rat now.
True naked mole rat.
Does.
A true
You
naked
still
mole
are
rat.
both in Morpheus.
Yep.
Now, that's your normal senses. Overloaded, overwhelmed, whatever. But unfortunately, you're both romantic users as well. I need saves versus insanity.
I knew this was coming.
So it's a d20 plus your insanity save. Whatever that is on your insanity tables. I think it's a
Oh, there it is.
plus 2 or plus 3, depending on which character it is.
Mine's a +3.
Okay.
Mine's a +2.
I got a nat 20 +3. 23.
Awesome. Cook, did you go insane?
Roll the 2. So
Oh,
+2 is 4.
That I did not expect. Huh. Give me a quick moment. I did not expect anyone to not make a 5.
Yeah,
So I need insanity.
my dice
Oh,
are
no.
loving me today.
I guess so.
Oh, they're loving the military, but not you.
Although, I must say, I think it's quite appropriate.
Yeah.
Hold on. Why did... Okay, that was weird. The search didn't find insanity. I know it's in this book. Guess I'll have to use their index. I did not expect one of you to fail this because it's only a 5 target. Because you were invited. So sorry, folks, for the delay. I was not expecting this delay.
Don't forget Sirenscape, everybody.
Yeah. Sirenscape.
Sirenscape is a beautiful thing. We're all going to be sacrifices. At least Cook is.
Wow. I was so not ready for this, and I cannot find the insanity table. So, how is that not possible? Come
See,
on.
It's a good thing Maximus came along.
Maybe the only
No
sane
kidding.
one left.
Also, Maximus is learning that maybe he was wrong. Maybe this was exactly what he'd want out of existence.
Could be.
Maybe he's home.
Could be. If they would allow you to stay.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't stay anyway, though. He knows there's work to be done.
Well. Okay. I cannot find it. So I'm not going to
Well-
waste any more time at the moment, but Cook, you have picked up an insanity. An insanity can be a wide range of things, including a phobia or something like that. Doesn't mean you're mentally incapable anymore. You have to go deep into the insanity tables to get something like that. So chances are you picked up a phobia or a tick or a twerk, or we're going to play as it's non-impactful at the moment.
He's afraid of bipedal animals.
Yeah, he's afraid of the color green. You're in trouble now.
Oh no.
So, magic users.
Delightful.
After your normal senses got assaulted, that was nothing compared to what your magic senses are now experiencing. And it's going to be really hard to describe a lot of this because this is all magic that's well beyond you. But, first point, you feel like you're in a super nexus of at least 50 lines, maybe more. Can't
Wow.
Don't
Just
cast
can't
a
tell.
single spell.
Oh.
tell. 2,
Can I cast? No, just kidding.
you can try because
No,
you also realize you have no PPE anymore. You have no PPE anymore, and may be a quick panic, but you also realize you can't touch any of the PPE that's around you from this super nexus, we're going to call it. After a moment of initial shock, you also realize that all the PPE of the super nexus around you is actually living PPE. You are basically inside the entity of Gaia herself.
We are in Gaia. Ooh.
She is nothing but an entity of living PPE. So many things are coming to you now that you just didn't realize. You understand that life generates PPE. You probably understand that there is no way, it's not even possible for a planet to have this much life on it not to be sentient. It has to be. I mean, this much PPE being around for so long, it would become sentient. There's just no way to avoid that. You realize, Maxie realizes it more than Cook, because Cook's having a small freak out, panic attack, insanity / whatever. But you realize that Gaia herself has toned down what you're feeling. You're only getting a small fraction of it. No, this is going to be the bad part. Everything so positive that you feel in this place, the vibrance, the colors, the living, the healthy, you now also feel everything from the outside world. The pollution, the destruction, the extinction of species. It all comes to you. The taste of the polluted water, the smell of the polluted air, the loss of so many species.
Yep. You're not wrong. That is bad. Maximus's hatred for humanity just skyrocketed.
We were not the people to send for this. Oh, this could go
And you
sour
also
fast.
feel her hatred towards humanity.
Right along there. Oh, yeah. Justified.
Stat changes for both of you.
What was that?
You guys got stat changes for both of you
Oh dear.
in the magic tree. All this knowledge, all this experience of magic, your PLM skill has been bumped by 30. Doesn't matter where it was at.
Oh my goodness.
If
What are you
have,
at, Cook? Because I'm at 105 now.
I'm at 146.
if you have a pack skill, which I believe only Cook does,
Yeah, I don't have one yet.
you get a plus 20.
Good grief.
Maxi, you get it at plus 1. You get
No.
pack at 1. You understand that there is magic higher than PLM now, before even reading that level of the book.
and I have it at 1.
You have it at 1. Your principles of ley lines has gone up by 10. If you have it. If you don't have it, you have it at 1. And I know neither one of you has this, and I'm not going to explain it because you're not that far in, but you also realize there's something beyond pack. You both have PCE at 1.
Principles of...
You don't know. We're going to leave it at the acronym for now. PCE. You have it at 1%. You understand that there's magic energies even beyond arcane knowledge. You don't know what it is, but you know it exists. This all takes about 20 minutes, even though you don't realize it takes 20 minutes. Because it takes 20 minutes for you to process all of this, to get all the feelings in order. And let's see if I missed anything else.
I made up an acronym for CE.
What is C? What did you say CE is?
Chaotic energy.
That's what I said.
Not bad. Not bad. Not it, but not bad.
No.
Once you've calmed down, the tribesman will speak again. He says, very few are ever allowed in here. And believe me, you would never get in here without being allowed. If you could, it would be your death anyhow. Instantly.
Maximus is going to turn to him. And with there's a little pain in his eyes, but he's going to look at it and he's going to say, how do you handle all the death and pollution? In German.
Yeah. I take comfort in here. It's the only thing that balances it. The way it should be, not the way it is. Gaia is over 4.5 billion years old. She's been sentient for at least 4 billion of those years. She has come to the point of hating the human race so much she almost tried to wipe them out and start over. Heal herself and see what she could create this time around. 2 of your kind did come before and plead not to have the destruction of the human race yet. They, of course, understood the pain and suffering that she has had to endure. She kind of groups Nightbane as well into the same group. Even though they are newer, they aren't as old as the human race, but they've been around for thousands of years as well. She hasn't had much dealing with them, but they seem to be a little bit more respectful. And the other 2 convinced her that it might be possible once the current conflict is done, that they may be able to teach the human race a better way, so that she would not have to start over. So she decided to wait. Now, how much time that is in her mind, who knows? The two that came before, of course, did have to prove their intentions. As will if you two wish to also represent, you will have to go through trials of proof that you are sincere in helping her.
Maximus will kneel and then say, "Where do we begin?"
Just for note, of course, this has to be totally your wish and not the wish of anybody above you. This proof will be required to be a representative, a liaison, as you put it, for Gaia. She hopes that maybe one day she may be able to talk with one of you to one of you two. But only one living being has ever been able to actually directly talk with her. And that was Anubis. The rest, his interpretation of her energies. This is what I do. This is what the children of Gaia do. I can already tell Maxie wishes to prove himself. What about you, Cook? Do you, of your own free will, choose to prove yourself to Gaia, to be a liaison to her, but also to be somewhat of a champion for her?
I've never liked taking orders. I've never liked vehicles. I've never liked pollution. I regretfully have never spent that much time in the wilderness. I chose to spend my time teaching the children, trying to make it better for their future. Give them a way to defend themselves for their rights and for their choices. Yes. I'd like to be able to prove myself.
Very well. There are multiple tests and trials, and they will go at her pace, not yours. You will know when to show back up and to where to show back up. Her sanctuary, she can be anywhere she wishes. It doesn't have to be here in Africa. That's just where she finds a majority of her children. He starts to lead you through the halls, or the hallway, the oasis, past different pools. Perception checks.
I'm in the right place for Maximus because I just rolled another nat 20 for a total of 27.
Maximus is in his element, and he didn't want to come. He almost didn't come.
he almost said no.
21.
I think 21. I think somebody else said that. What was that? Oh yeah, the first Hellraiser.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
I almost said no. Or I resisted.
Oh,
But
man.
anyway, this perception check. This is another one of those mental twists. You pass a pool. The pool is pitch black, flat pitch black, and yet it's luminescent. And you can't wrap your head around how can black be luminescent, but you know it is. Black's not a color that projects. But it's just a pool that you pass by. Along with many of the other ones, that's just the one that captured your attention. It's like, that can't exist. But it does. He leads you to a pool. The water is crystal clear. There is no color to it whatsoever. You probably could even tell that there would be a liquid there if it didn't ripple every now and then due to breezes passing through in the cave. It's so clear and pure. And he goes, this is your first trial, test, whatever you wish to call it. You must prove to Gaia that you take this seriously. That this is really meaningful to you both. So you must enter the pool and you must pick one of your talents and say it out loud. This talent will be removed from you permanently. This is your offering to Gaia to prove that you mean to go through with this, to lessen yourself in front of her, to share some of the suffering. And he gestures towards the pool.
Maximus does not hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
He
Neither
wades
does
into the
Cook.
pool.
In stride.
And as he's standing in the pool, he will say out loud, "The shroud."
You feel it leave you. You no longer have access to it. Cook?
I'm offering my dark song.
Okay. You feel it leave you. Gone. You no longer have those talents. He says, good. This is all she requires today. Are you ready to leave?
Ready? Yes. Wanting to? No.
As with all of us. Cook, you also realize, that wasn't top of your mind, but along with your uniform, you don't have a bracer on either.
Oh, it's gone.
What about the ring?
Yeah, you can feel that they're there, but you don't feel any magic from them. All outside PPE has been drained from anything you had. He'll take you back over to the doorway and gesture towards the uniforms on the ground and say, pick them up. And you'll notice that the bracer is there. It is powerless.
Maximus
Looks
collects
like
his things.
Cook wants to do something, but he doesn't know what he wants to do.
He is really, really, really wanting to ask so many questions. He has so many curiosities. But
Well, the most he can say is no, or,
yeah, the consensus of at Gaia's time.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be patient. So you pick them up, turn around, look at the guide. Thank you very much for your time.
And you picked your stuff up, Maxie.
Yeah, he collected his stuff.
Okay. The guide says, until next time. And you find yourself back at your staging area on the base.
But
It
make
did
it.
not feel like a teleport.
Vroom.
I'm gonna attempt to remerge with my symbiote.
It will.
Perfect.
It's starting to. It does. The symbiotes at least don't require that much energy. You can tell it's drained. But once it's back in this super nexus, they can get some power back and will re-merge with you. The bracer, on the other hand, is drained. Period. But Gaia knew where to send you. Magic well beyond your understanding. Or we wouldn't even call it magic anymore. I'd call it energy manipulation. So that's all what magic is doing anyhow. But you survived. No one did anything totally stupid.
Some of us slightly less mentally there afterward, though.
Yes. Which I do have to figure out why they did not index that. That is weird.
While we're just standing there,
Sure.
Maximus, you're here just under my breath, I had to say. There are over 470,000 words in the English language. None of them are adequate enough for that.
Maximus will look at Cook and say, "There aren't any words in the German one that are adequate for that either."
And there it is. Insanity tables. Insanity. Why is that not listed anywhere? Okay. Are you ready for this?
No?
Great. Good. Give me. This is going to be a few rolls, but give me your D100.
Okay, D100. Right. 37.
A neurosis. And another D100. This could be fun.
At least it's not a phobia.
7.
For Nightbane.
Okay, hang on. What?
What? This is interesting for Nightbane to come up with this neurosis.
Oh, neurosis. How do you spell?
Neurosis.
NEU.
Neurosis.
Excessive anxiety or insecurity.
Ah. That's caused by...
You ready?
No. Sure.
Fear of the dark.
Ooh.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you do have a phobia.
It's not called a phobia.
No,
It's not on the phobia table.
It's a little different from a phobia.
Yeah. To the point of gibbering and total collapse while in the dark.
Yikes.
So it's more than just being afraid of the dark.
Mm-hmm. A
You are
phobia just makes you avoid it.
incapacitated.
A neurosis paralyzes you in it.
Now I need to look at something else.
Don't be afraid of the dark.
There might be a spell in the library that you may need to make a priority. I don't know. But there is a spell in the library called Cure Minor Disorder. You don't have the cure insanity yet. I don't know if minor disorder would be enough.
Possibility.
No. Take that back. There is a separate spell called Cure Neurosis.
Oh.
But you don't have it in the library.
Oh, well, crap. Okay.
Cook's got to be in the light now. What would you like to do now?
Well, where are we in the day? At this
You're
point?
about an hour off of noon.
Oh, nice.
Kind of curious. What will you guys do next?
Well,
Maximus.
Captain.
I think it's safe to say that City in Black and Anubis didn't file a full report on that for a good reason.
Agreed.
Our report should say we met with Gaia and we started the process.
I will follow that.
I gotta do some pondering.
Okay. That's what I was curious about, is what you're going to tell the council.
Just enough. Bare bones.
Yeah.
Not going into detail at all.
Maximus's report is going to pretty much just be we met with Gaia, started the process, will need to continue.
Okay. Good
And
enough.
then he's gonna go. Then he's gonna go. I guess put 4 hours into learning remove skin.
Okay. How much time total will that take?
Total is going to be 30.5 hours. I just put 31 in there because I don't think anyone knows remove skin yet. So of course, the last half hour you'll write the report of what the spell does, but it'll be a while.
Cook,
Cook
are you going to open up that book?
is not gonna do lunch. First off, he's just gonna go grab a nice cup of coffee, go to his office, sit down,
Well-lit area.
Well-lit area.
sit at the desk. I need to know. And pop the book open. And start studying with a further.
It's different. Whatever the time requirement was for the first stage of that book has been met. Automatically. By your knowledge of Gaia's living essence and all that stuff that came from that.
Meeting with Gaia did a lot of good things. And a lot of really bad things.
Just also, Maxie, you can mark it down on your sheet. So should you ever pick up the principles of arcane knowledge, the same is for you. The first study time requirement has been met already, so you will be able to truly read the book the first time you look at it.
Still got at least one more level out of the Principles of Magic to learn before I can get to that, but
Yes. I would suggest that first. And I got a feeling Cook's going to tell you something about that very soon as well. Because, Cook, I need a new document in your guys' group
Boy.
called Principles of Arcane Knowledge.
Reloading page and feverishly looking for it.
Yeah, it's there. All it is a title at the moment. I'm not copying everything over because you haven't learned everything yet.
Oh, look at that beautiful empty document.
Beautiful empty document.
It
Okay.
exists. That's what matters. It exists.
This is some basic information that you get right away. So I'll let you absorb that.
Interesting. Following requirements. Is that, oh. Huh. Spells can be cast to be triggered at a later time. Right. Adds an additional PPE cost. Oh, that's fascinating.
This is just what you learned from understanding the basic principles. This is not level 6. This is just things that you're getting from just understanding the basic principles of arcane knowledge. Please, I'm sure you read that, but
yeah,
the point about who tries to read the book, that bullet point, should probably be shared, and you missed all of that fun by getting the very first chapter.
There's a chance of permanent coma, brain dead.
If a non-magic user picked it up, or if somebody who was 4 levels less than what they should be picked it up. If a level 1 picked up the first chapter, they'd be brain dead.
Yeah.
If any of your level 3s pick it up, they're going to be in a coma for 1d10 days. Ooh. So, I would suggest strongly you make sure no one reads the book, opens the book up. All it takes is opening the book up to do that. Now, for the mechanics of getting your next level, you should enjoy this. You now know the knowledge of a new spell. It doesn't count against your spells. And the spell technically doesn't do anything. It's called a practice spell. For every 40 hours of studying the book, you can cast the spell. Which, of course, requires you to roll under your pack skill. Which just became easier for some reason.
It did.
You must successfully cast the spell 5 times in order to go to level 6. And get the benefits of level 6. However much time that takes. New mechanic.
Okay. Well.
But you can now attune the book to the Nexus point for you.
Sweet. I'm definitely trying to doing it. What does it take to do that? I will.
It's just can't remember what we did for the other book.
Yeah, we
Forgot. Da 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 da. For the moment, I'll have to think about that. We say you did.
I mean, I would say if he didn't know, he would dump
It would
all of his
teach you.
PPE into it.
Yeah, it would teach you. It depends on the Nexus point, and we were getting the 4 times study time, right?
Yeah.
At this Nexus point. So 400 pp, yeah.
400. Easily done.
Permanent. No.
That's scary. That would lower me
No.
massively.
Not permanent. Which you'll probably regenerate by morning anyhow, but
The regen rates at this Nexus point, yeah. Yeah, easily.
easily. So that takes practically no time. But we'll say for you that eats up an hour of your time. So Maxi, you've got the 6 hours for the rest of the day.
Actually,
Okay.
just 2 at this point.
Okay, just 2 hours for the rest of the day, and cook you up 5.
5? I will use all 5 reading the book.
I'm going to put my last 2 hours into paramedics.
Okay. So 5 hours into the book is 20 hours. So you're halfway through to your first spell try.
If it's attuned to myself, do I have to first attune it to myself to be able to do it?
Yeah, but you did that within that first hour.
Okay.
You attuned it.
What's the study time after attunement? Is it still the 40?
It's 40 technical hours,
Okay.
but you're at a 4x modifier. So if you put 5 hours into it, you actually put 20 hours into it.
Okay. So
Which leaves you technically another 20 hours left, which is actually technically another 5 hours left. You have to multiply everything you put into it by 4. Same as
Okay.
with the other
Yeah.
POM book. You could also give 2 more members the magic skill and 2 more members the base spells.
There we go. Alrighty.
And you both have a longing.
Oh, I feel that longing on an emotional level.
To get back to that cave, yeah.
Yep.
There's definitely the longing, the desire to go back. There's also
It's
like
not super strong, but it's there.
there's a tinge of wanting to go back, having proven that my goal that I told them before even entering has been furthered.
Mm.
I want more knowledge.
Well, I think you're on the right path. You only have 3 more people to train to be magic users. Still got a few to go with spells.
The spells might take a bit.
1, 2, 3, basically 4 days
Yeah, not too bad, actually.
to get the base spells to everybody. And then you're going to have to start deciding individual spell study if you wish. Which, between 14 more people, you're going to be able to expand that library pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
Just be careful, some of them cannot learn beyond the 3 spells.
Yeah, I saw that. Number of spells limit.
Which we need to calculate a few more of those.
Mm-hmm.
But at 3rd level, it's basically IQ divided by 3, so round down, drop down.
Our good friend Paul Walker can only learn the 3.
Yes.
Same with Patrick Price, the other NZO of the other team.
It's just the price he has to pay.
I like that name, Paul Walker, by the way. Fills me with joy.
That came up randomly, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a good name.
Yes.
And I bet everyone can imagine what face I put to that name.
Oh,
Yeah.
we all put the same face to that name. At least we should be.
Yep.
R.I.P.
From Rome.
I just gave the Ravager salute for some odd reason. I'm not sure why.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was a really good day for Maximus.
Yeah.
That was a really good day.
And he almost didn't go.
And he almost didn't go.
Yeah.
But I manipulated you and made you go, so.
No, it was just a good thing you did too.
Let's see, what is that? There it
We
is.
are on. We will be going to January 13th. New day. At the moment, we can kind of handle this day. Fast tracked. There will be a random strike that we can roll and go on. And everything else will be pretty much standard.
Perfect. I'll just go ahead and put 8 more hours into remove skin, since that won't actually matter.
10 more hours?
8 more
Okay.
hours, because the other 2 hours are going to be used for something different.
Okay, cool.
He's doing wrestling today, so he's bringing his wrestling up to 37.
Awesome.
Cook's not going to go for a run. He's going to go read the book for the first hour.
Okay.
And then use the other
He's
four.
squeezing in that other
Uh-huh.
time, so he wants to do his first spell test before lunch.
Yep. Yep.
Go ahead, do your first spell test.
Put me at the 41. Where's percentile?
Oakley dokley.
Where is my... it's
You haven't changed it yet.
I have my
Your pack skill on the chart's not changed.
oh, in the chart, no. On my character sheet, it is. Should
Yeah.
be 21. Let's go to. That's not the right sheet.
I guess I should probably fix my stuff on the chart too.
You can, yeah, that would help.
PCE 1, POLL 1, Pack 1.
Oh yeah, this is
Palm 105. Palm 105.
Helm 105.
That's exactly what
from?
I was thinking.
Fifth
Fifth
Element.
Element.
Yeah.
Good movie.
75. I failed.
1d4%.
There you are, D4 of choice today. 1.
Not d4 of choice tomorrow.
Nope. There you have it. It betrayed me.
It's supposed to take some time.
Yeah.
Should have taken you more time if you hadn't gotten that little bonus.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Ah, yes. No, we're good. Okay. If you wish to do the damage, sir, and roll your random strike.
Let's see
let's
what we got for the day.
Dun 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 dun.
Killing vampires. Going against aliens.
Any more
NSP.
65.
What are you doing?
I don't know. Rolling dice.
Your strike rolls seem to be really good for some reason. Nothing else is doing good for you today.
Everything else hates me.
But they have
Good for the
identified
team.
a medium magic training center.
Well, this is gonna be colorful.
So, let me get that set up.
How much have they adjusted according to the last time one of their training centers got attacked?
Yesterday? Probably not much.
I mean, we did blow the building up, so it's not like they're gonna be able to figure out what happened for a hot
Don't leave any
week.
evidence.
Yeah, as you
Yeah.
say, it might take a while. They may figure that
Someone blew it
guessed
up
the
by
wrong fireball. I don't know.
Leave no evidence behind.
So, we need for your occupancy 2d20 and 2d10 this time.
2d20. Uh, 2d20, total of 21. No natural 20s this time. 2d10. 9 and a 3 for a total of 12.
That's a good number, 33.
Not all occupancies are random. Those are just the random ones. Okay, let's see what we got going on here for the whoa. Okay, so there definitely was a little bit of notice.
I mean, a building blew up. Of course they're gonna notice that.
For that. So again, roll me a 2d20, sir.
A 9 and a 13. 13. Yeah. A 9 and a 13. You add those together, and what you got? 22.
Okay, your reinforcements are 22 minutes away. Not your reinforcements, their reinforcements.
Their reinforcements, 22 minutes away.
So plan it out, sir. Oh, D12, D12.
Okey-dokey.
So So don't always roll a d12. Where's the d12? There it is. Really? Huh. Did not expect that. This is definitely going to go a little bit differently.
Things are going to be interesting this time. Right. Debrief time.
So how are you attacking this one? Anything different?
This time it'll be Beta. This time you got the door guards. Alpha, you'll be first strike in. Maximus has got the door as usual. R&D still needs that information on his armor. This time, Maximus, this is a medium size. I will be putting some magical armor on you. You might need a little extra kick, as it might speak. One of us is going to be grabbing some incendiaries so we can burn the place down at the end of it, as usual. Until we get some better techniques for interrogation, we're not going to bother with that. Shoot to kill everyone. Maximus, seeing as you're going through the door first, magical teacher, kill him outright. Burst fire, not single shot. Any big guy you see, any of you, this goes for anyone, burst fire. Do not let them live long enough to be able to do anything against us. Little people, you can just take a single shot on them. They go down easy enough. But if there are heavy hitters, do not be shy with your ammo. Maximus, medium size, take 15 charges. It's gonna be overkill, but better safe than sorry.
Maximus. Roll me percentage.
48.
Ooh.
Nope, not yet.
You said 14 charges?
15.
Cook? 15.
Yep.
Let's see. Next. When we breach, obviously, be one squad in at a time. When we do, Alpha go left, Beta go right. Split it down evenly. Make sure we're getting full coverage of the entire place. I will go in with the first squad as usual. We're not going to bother with teleporting that flashbang in. That gave them too much time to prepare. Fancy little trick, but there are better ways we can do that. So just check a flashbang. Yes?
Sir, would it be permitted for me to use a flashbang upon entry?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
When it comes down to the room that we think the... what's it called? Teaching's gonna be in, I have a little idea to possibly get past any kind of magical barrier. There's a spell that can dispel magic. Let's see if I can cast that. Just in cases. Happened last time? Who's to know? It may happen again. Where is that spell? Negation of magic. Instant. Nice. Good. Oakley dokley. We got our orders, we got our bracers. It's gonna medium size, 22 minutes. Plan to be in and out by 15. Sooner the better. Won't have any interrogations this time, so hopefully it's gonna be less than 15. Anybody got any questions? It's high noon. Hearing none, let's prep and go.
Yeah, I have a question. It's just the DM trying to figure something out. I forgot to write down and okay. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Things haven't come along very far yet. They definitely changed the loadout of their distribution of people this time. That's gonna be fun. Let me know when you're ready to pop in.
When we're getting up there, I'll go up to the NCO Price and say, I expect you right behind Maximus. There's a big guy. You shoot him with him. Again, burst fire. Don't be stingy on the big ones. Faster we down them, more likely we'll be returning home alive.
So I take it.
I like the blood red one. Okay. We're using the blood red dice.
Open doors for me.
Oh dear. Blood
Could
red, that's terrifying.
Teleporting in?
Yep.
Sync?
Standard procedures, sync,
Standard procedures.
program, a whole lot with the buttons. We don't
Awesome.
want to have a mistake.
Yeah, press all the buttons at once.
Look up me. Alright, everybody.
Oh, that's a bad thing he learned in his bracer training.
Yes.
Never press all the buttons at once.
Never press them all at once. Just press the appropriate ones and make sure everything is nice and shiny. Making sure that I've got some incendiaries. Okay, everybody. Hang on. Boop, boop, boop. Let's boogie.
14.
And pull.
Port. Initiative roll, please.
This is not terrifying at all. Are we porting straight into them being ready?
You might be.
Oh, crap. My initiative was crap.
20 total, I rolled a 17.
Oh, thank goodness yours is good. Where is mine? Initiative! I rolled a 4, so 5.
Oh,
5?
Yeah, I got a total of 5. You know, I just hit that button of porting and I'm looking at from the keyboard. Oh shit.
And let's see here. Oh, wow. Your units were not... You're going to have to train them just a little bit better. The door guards may not always be so easy. I rolled a 1 and a 2 for their initiatives.
Holy crap.
oh,
So we'll be nice and give Beta the 2. Anyway, you poured in. Maxi, you're taking fire.
bring it.
And it all deflects off of your armor. He didn't beat your flawless summer.
Magic armor, because Cook did put magic armor on me.
That's in the brief. He was going in with magic armor.
Which is AR-15. Or 14, I mean.
AR-14
Okay.
with 150.
Okay. I take that back. Your magic armor got hit. For 80.
What the? That's all you hear me say.
You're instantly taking fire. Maxie, you are up next, so you can see there are 9 NSB agents and 1 big guy out here ready.
Right. That big guy's taking my shots.
Awesome. Shoot away.
I got with burst fire, 26 to hit.
What was the die roll?
I rolled a 7 on the die, so that actually matters. Sorry, 7
Wait.
on the die.
How'd you get a 26 by rolling a...
Sorry, that's 18 to hit. I can't count. But it's a 7 on the die.
It's like, what the hell?
7 plus 11 is not 26. I cannot.
No.
Wow. Great. Roll your damage.
That still
Hit
hits.
his
Oh, okay.
armor.
Cool. Perfect.
The chances are you'll blow through his armor again.
All right, let's see. 10. Wow, I rolled a lot of 4s just now, guys.
That's good. That's good.
Jesus. 13. 42. 6. 460.
Yeah, that's enough to kill him.
Shut the front door. That's what you did last time to the other one.
You shot him up.
Not
into
as many
a
4s
billion
last
pieces.
time, though.
Same amount of damage.
Yep.
Then it's their turn.
Oh, bugger.
Everybody else on your side kind of rolled bad.
Yeah.
Mhm. But the big guy's dead.
But the big guy's dead. Right off the bat. So... This music is just awesome.
It is.
Which one of you two, to help me out, is going to track your team damage?
I've got it. If I can get to the right. Current,
Oh,
max
wow.
SDC, current SDC. Okay, yep, got it.
There's definitely something different going on here. The bullets are hitting harder. Alpha team. 4 people take 100 points of damage
4
to
people.
their armor.
Four people, 100. Okay, how many are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4,
There's 8.
5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna roll a d8 for that.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Commander. Gary Stone. Poor old Price. You doubling up? Because I rolled Price again.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Price got hit twice.
Roll them again.
Ouch.
Kill somebody.
On the same alpha again?
Oh, did you roll all
I
4?
rolled, yeah, I rolled a 4.
I mean, you rolled 4 times?
Yeah, I rolled 4 times. I got
Okay. 5 times on beta.
5 times on beta.
Ouch.
Hey,
Mac D
Maximus,
is in the
you're
roll.
in beta.
Yep.
There are 8 again. Alright. That is number Paula Anderson. But 5 on this one. Oh dear. That's 6. There we go. It's 2 rolls. 3 rolls. 4 rolls. 5 rolls.
Ow.
Hmm.
Aaron, stop getting
Getting
hit.
people twice.
Aaron and Paula both got hit twice.
Great. Cook,
Yeah? Oh, it's me.
your turn.
Righty tighty tighty. Got rid of my dark song. That's sad now. I don't think I have any spells really particularly handy for this either. Nope. I sure don't. I am going to shoot at one of them. Do they look like they're armored?
Just the big armored one, but he's
Okay,
down,
he's dead.
so the rest do not look armored yet.
That's fine. Okay. Single shot.
They just put more people out front.
Rolled a 7, so
That hits.
Better than 4.
You doing a single shot or a burst?
single shot.
Okay.
Big guy's dead, so. Haha. 12 times 10. 120.
120.
Dead. Alpha units shooting. Hold it. No, you only said beta unit gets to shoot.
Can I say, with more of them being there, like, yeah, shit, Alpha fire too. Is that permittable?
You can, but they won't do this turn.
Okay, yeah.
They weren't ready for it.
At least now they are.
But beta, being as good as they are, down 7 of them.
Holy crap.
Nice.
There's only one left.
Dope.
And Maxi is the first up since the captain
Well.
is down.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Single fire shot right to the head. I rolled a 10.
I hope he
On the die. On the die.
Yeah, that'll be enough.
I don't think you could roll a 10 with all your bonuses for a single shot.
110.
Good grief.
Yeah. His head goes poof. You've taken care of the outside guards.
I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to go through the door if I can.
You can definitely try. Give me a PS roll. So give me a die 20 plus your PS bonus.
Right behind, hustle it.
Oh! Oh!
The one strong
That's
spot.
31.
That's 31. Yeah, he went through the door.
Big angry wolf bursting through the
Flashbang,
door.
and that's it. I had the flashbang ready as I go through, and
Poof.
Okay. You, of course, are being shot at. So let's see if they get the flashbang. Wow. You're not being shot at. You'll understand why in a moment.
oh no.
Cook,
Yeah.
you actually react next before the unit goes in. You could go in after him, or you could wait till the unit goes in. How do you feel about your life right now? I actually just went through the door and threw a flashbang.
Confident AF. Super confident. I'm actually.
Beta is going
yeah.
next, but you beat them in initiative, so you can't act before then.
I'm actually going to cast magical armor on myself as well. I'll use this round. I'll wait for Beta to go through.
Okay.
And while I'm doing that, just look at Alpha and B. Go before me. So they
Okay.
go through the door, because I said I was going to go after a second, but
Yep.
with how things rolled out.
Beta goes through. They're on fire. Beta goes through. You hear a bunch of shooting. Alpha goes through. You hear no shooting. You go through.
What's in here?
There are 2 bodies in here. A regular and an officer. But Beta took them out as they came through.
It's gonna
They
be
maxed
heavy.
out their damage.
Oh,
They maxed
crap.
out their target hits. So
Nicely done.
the one guy, he got hit 1 time, and the officer got hit 6 times.
Jeez.
He didn't survive, even though he's big. You have your door.
The next door. This time I will
Next.
wait for a price, since Alpha's supposed to be getting the door while I go through.
Okay.
So, alrighty, tidy. Is that only one door?
One door.
One door. Okay.
Double doors.
I will. Do I have my NCOs with me as well?
Yes.
Okay. Not Henderson, the other one. Where is he? What's his name? Campbell.
Campbell.
I'll have Campbell join Price on the other side, so they both throw both doors open, and have Alpha line up on the left, Beta on the right, so they can just both file in and split.
Another flashbang precedes me.
Well, yes, but before that, when they throw the door open, I'm going to cast a spell before you throw. Remember?
Good call. Yes, you did say you were going to do that.
I did say I was going to do that.
You can't.
A what?
You can't.
I can't cast a spell.
You can definitely cast it. What are you casting it at? You do not know if there's a barrier there or not. You cannot cast it at nothing or a hopeful. You have to actually know what you're casting it at.
Okay, so I can't just preemptively cast it? Or like... It's an instant...
Don't think so.
Range
it has
touch
to go
within 60
against...
feet.
It's negate magic, right?
Yeah, it's negation of magic. If not, I'll be in the back prepared to cast it after he opens the door if I see signs of it being there.
Yeah, I see nothing that says it's an area effect.
Okay.
You've got to know what you're casting it at to be able to dispel it.
Okay,
so you have
cool.
to know it exists.
Then I will just be ready for if I see any signs of it. So.
Okay. Doors open, flashbang goes in. Maxie, you threw a flashbang down a hallway.
Oh, right. Go
no one in the hallway.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Follow in.
There's 2 doors, left and right.
Alpha left, Beta right.
Okay. I'm going to take the right door.
Price, that means you're on door. Flashbang thrown in.
Okay.
Kick it open.
Same time. 3, 2, go.
Boom, flashbang's in. Alpha room. Flashbang works. Beta room. Flashbang definitely works.
Nice. I have 0 flashbangs left.
Okay. Maxi. Hold it. 1 second. Oh. My bad. Not Maxi.
Price.
What?
The other guy on the other door.
Oh.
Patrick Price.
Price has next to no armor left.
Yeah.
Oh no, Price. Why did I send you in first?
Actually, yeah. Flashbang worked on both rooms, so you're okay at the moment.
Oh, good.
So it's going to be all Alpha units going to go in, of course, and shoot. 4 hits. 6 hits. It's only going to take 1 there.
Remember, they have standing orders on the big guys to do burst fire.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Maxie, you go in your room. You definitely have got the trainer, 6 students, 5 NSB agents.
Trainer first, because I know that they're probably the most dangerous with their magic.
Okay.
Burst fire.
Don't fuck with magic.
18 on the die.
Kadoke. Damage. Dead.
Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly, I rolled several 6s and mostly 5s.
Holy crap.
No, you may not have. I mean, he does have magic armor up.
Let's find
Or
out.
something like magic armor.
$500.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's dead. He's very dead. Give me a percentage dice.
Please, please.
15.
Okay, no bullets
Dang
passed
it.
through.
Oh, man.
He's very dead. Alpha, Beta goes in. Or Cook, what order are you going into a room? Are you going into a room?
I'm going to join Alpha, the one that Maximus is not part of, which is Alpha, on the left hand. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I'm right behind Price.
Okay, shoot.
Okay, what do I see?
You see 6 students and 1 NSB agent. They've already taken down the trainer in this room and 5 other NSB agents.
6 students and 1 NSB agent. Right. I'm going to shoot the NSB agents.
Okay.
I rolled a 5 on the die.
That will be enough. Barely. They don't have armor yet.
See,
Next week they're going to get armor. No.
my preemptive D20 rolls today were definitely a good foretelling to what was going to happen for my dice rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's red mist. 7 plus 5 is 100. Yeah, 120 again.
Red mist. Yep.
120 is pretty average.
Yeah, I think every single time I've hit someone, I've done 120.
I've done 110 once. Otherwise, it's been 120.
That's
Okay.
above average, technically. Average should be 19 for 3d6.
And then it was Beta. Beta gets to shoot away.
Yeah.
And Beta takes out the 5 NSP agents.
Nicely done.
So now all you have in both rooms are just 6 students
6
each.
students.
No magic users. They had the initiative beat on you, so Maxie, you're there.
Were there any other doors in the hallways?
Nope.
No.
Just
So this was the building?
Yep.
Okay.
Just 2 training rooms in the entrance area.
Alrighty.
Medium size.
12 on the die. Single shot.
You're just, yeah, you take
100 points of damage.
It only takes 30 to kill a student, but yes.
1 student down.
1 student
Clear
down.
people. These are bad people. Bad
Yes.
people.
Yeah, right.
They're students.
They're NSB students.
They're NSB
Learning
agents.
magic,
Learning to kill
which
us.
eventually will be bad people.
Yes.
Cook, go ahead and take your shot.
Right, yeah.
Maxie, you are tracking your kills on these, right?
Yeah. I'm up to 3 on this one.
Okay.
Rolled a 7 on the die.
Yeah, that's enough to hit these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they sit in class with magic armor on.
Whew. Hey, you know that unicorn die? Yeah, it's being true. It's the 3rd time it's rolled a 1. How about that's 90?
Yeah, he's dead. And the squads. There's 5 left each. Can they clean it out?
Actually, I think the minimum damage we can do is 30.
Yeah,
The minimum
it's
is 30.
Yeah.
practically impossible if you hit.
If we hit, we kill.
Yeah.
Well, there is 1 student left in Alpha's room.
Oh, in Alpha's room.
Not even my room.
Yeah. So in Alpha's room, Oh, I take that back. Cook, you got
Yeah.
hit.
I got hit.
The student fired a pistol at you.
Magic armor's up.
Okay. 120
Wow. Magic armor's down to 30.
max damage.
Wow.
Grief.
Student might know magic yet, but he still knows how to shoot.
Should be adding
Yep.
this
I
in
mean,
there.
he's still an agent.
He's still an agent.
Yeah. 30 out of
And
that.
in your room, Cook, you would be the first to respawn.
I'm going to basically run up to him and be like, oh, you're so cute. And try to claw him.
Oh, because we remember how well this went last time.
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes, but Cook is... He loves his claws. And he misses using them.
And he misses with them. No.
If I can, I'd like to do it as a power attack.
Okay.
Try to
Roll
go
a hit.
straight through the spine, hopefully.
Okay. A power attack.
I rolled a 9 on the die,
That's hits.
so it's not going to miss this time. That's a 4 times 10, so 40 automatically. Should I bother rolling the other dice?
You muted yourself somehow.
Did I?
Oh, sorry.
No, not
I
you.
did.
No.
I did. No, he only has 30 hit points,
Okay.
so you grab his spine and play games with it.
How's this feel? Crush.
What's that movie? Oh, Wolverine, when Liev Schreiber's character does that to the teleporter dude.
Yeah.
That's what I was imagining. It's like, oh. Well, he's just blood's coming out of the mouth and just terrified look. I'm like, bye-bye now.
You have cleared the building
Alright.
in about 3 minutes.
Prep charges.
Alright, we got plenty of time. Everyone, take a look around. Find what you can.
Take a
Bring
look around.
it to the front.
Oh,
I'm gonna find Maximus and say, don't bother wasting the depth charges. Let's burn this one down and give him some of the
okay.
incendiaries.
I will not prep charges
Okay.
as we leave incendiary.
But
Incineraries as you leave, no problem.
12 minutes of searching.
It won't take that long.
No, it won't. But
I mean, thorough searching. Ooh, you almost maxed it out. 5 minutes. Looking in every nook and cranny corner for anything concealed, hidden, invisible.
yeah.
So we'll figure out what you get. You pour it out, incinerate the place, pour it out. Well, the automatic for medium training center is 4 palms.
Oh,
You guys
yes!
racked up the palms.
We
Unbelievable this week.
doing. I
6
think
palms, 2
this-
days.
Ridiculous.
The base is up to what, 9? Yeah,
Yeah, it's up to 9 now.
yeah. They are, of course, loving your team.
Can add 3 more kills to my kill list.
And you get that random roll at a plus 30.
Right. Give me a double, and then give me a 69, the magical number.
Double 69. Boy, that
Double
sounds...
69.
Or if you, I mean, if you really wanted to go crazy,
69.
why not go with 5 hundreds in a row, then the 69?
Oh yeah,
There
that
you
would
go.
be great. That would be great.
We get a.
No, I rolled a 16 plus a 30 is 46.
Give me 2d10.
2d10.
Again, makes sense, but now I'm wondering why this didn't happen on the other one. I might have to look at this.
7 plus 5, 12.
12 speed drinks.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Not bad, not bad.
Well, you definitely saw some Oops, I made a
Adjustments.
mistake. But anyway, we'll keep it. You definitely saw some changes. They definitely had more outside guards along with a leader outside. Not so many inside, but they put agents in the training rooms. Didn't help them much.
More security.
But they
putting on the
changed their security layout. Four palms, 12 speed rings.
Bringing over
Not
the
a bad
palm
day.
personally to the person. Like, doing good.
Doing good. Yeah, they increasing their training dramatically. So
At this rate, you're gonna need more trainers.
they got more trainers actually.
Oh, good. Good.
They almost are fully staffed.
Delightful.
So they need the books. And for the rest of the day, after your strike, what do you do?
Back to my pack.
So you have 6 hours left in the day. That 5 hours will be needed for your next try.
Right, 6 hours left in the day.
I mean, 6 hours of study time left in the
Study
day.
time. Okay. So what is 6 times 4? It's 24.
24, yeah.
Yeah, so here we go. Hogly dogly.
Cook, no. Maxi. You're 6
Yes.
hours, so you're 4 hours and 2 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours into the spell, 2 hours into wrestling, or
Yep.
Yep.
So I'm at 37 for paramedics, 37 for paramedics, and 37 for wrestling now.
okay.
Snap attack. Look at Maximus improving all his skills and such, and I'm just sitting here reading a book.
Yeah. Read the book to level 6. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Who knows what that's going to bring with it?
I'm excited to find out.
Probably nothing,
Yeah, I'm just gonna be...
considering level 5 brought you.
Yeah, level 5 actually was a huge hoot.
It was a lot.
It was.
And I doubt level 6 is going to be that dramatic, because it was kind of, actually, there might be 1 or 2 surprises in there.
There is one thing. Maximus, at some point during the week, will alert Cook, since Cook is the strike team's captain, that he's going to do or try to get the 5th level of Principles of Magic on a weekend, because the last time he went up in level, he ended up having that period of coma.
When do you find me for that?
It probably would happen on Thursday, actually, since Wednesday was the day we just happened.
Well, then you'd find me reading the book and be like, I'm gonna be here reading this all weekend. If you want to do that, just come to my office. I'll make
Will
space
do.
for you. That way, if you pass out in
No.
a coma, I'll be here prepared. I hate the fact you have to salute and all that nonsense.
Cook's strike team. Yeah, there will definitely... This is Wednesday, and you're going to get 2 more people done, so you only have 1 person left to train to 3.
Yep.
So Gary Stone will be done, and then 1 of your 2 of your NCOs you can take to level 3. So this is Wednesday. So Thursday, technically, Maxi could start training Thursday, because only one book will be needed Thursday for the NCO. So you could have it for studying up.
In that case, you could start earlier if you like. Book's gonna be freed up.
Due to the possibility of falling into a coma, I'd rather do it over a weekend so that I do not interfere in any of the operations of the base.
Wise decision.
Okay.
We still have the likelihood of a strike happening tomorrow, so.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. If you
Of
like,
course.
after
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
strike tomorrow, if you want to start your studies up in there. Of course, there's a chance that you don't, that it doesn't happen.
Exactly.
So it could take extra time, but
One
shall
way or
see.
another. Captain?
Yep. So tomorrow, Cook, you have to decide what you're doing with that extra book. Tomorrow and Friday. Friday, you have 2 extra books. Who's going for 4? How are you going to handle the race to 4 or 5, or how do you want to train up? Because they're not supposed to stop.
Oh, right. Tomorrow I have 1 extra book.
You
finishing
probably have
off
1 extra
Henderson.
book. Yep. But another person could start time into 4th.
You know what? Actually, Maximus, you're gonna get a runner telling you to report to my office.
On Thursday?
No, on Friday.
On Friday?
Who's going to have the book on Thursday?
It is Thursday, isn't it?
Yeah, it is currently Thursday.
Because
it's
Wednesday was
currently
Gaia Day.
Thursday. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
yep,
and
you're
it's
right.
Thursday
Wednesday
today,
was
okay.
Gaia.
Oh, you're right.
It is
I had
Thursday.
my days mixed up. I thought it was
Yeah.
still Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Okay,
it's
so
separate days.
so tomorrow is Friday, technically. 1 book for Henderson, 1 book for Maxi, I guess.
Yeah, and look at Maximus. How much you already studied for the next level?
Let's see. Where
Yes, I see.
am I for next level? I've put 5 hours into it, so I have 6 hours left.
Well, then you're
9
fine and
hours.
dandy.
9 hours left. 9 hours left. Wait.
But it is attuned.
Oh right, it's real
I've
quick,
put
isn't
6
it?
hours in. I have 9 hours left.
Should probably not do it like that.
Yeah, the hours studied to next magic rank.
I
and
would
then hours
I
needed
would-
to next magic.
hours needed. Just
It
how
should
many
be
hours are
flat.
required per check for a 5?
With the multiplier in, it should that should
Without
be
the multiplier,
40.
40.
Shouldn't it?
So that should be 40.
Then they should all be 40, shouldn't they?
You should write the hours on the sheet as the non-multiplied or the after multiplied hours. So the next rank should be total hours that you need, not how much you have left. And the hours into it is how much you've put into it. So if you
this
need
is-
40 hours for your check, or
I have written down 15. Because I have done the check a couple of times now.
for 5,
Oh no,
Yeah.
that's right. It's for 5 because it's different. I forgot. Hang on.
how much is 5?
Where are my principles of?
Yeah, it's
Rules of
15.
magic. 15. Yeah,
Okay,
15
so
hours.
15 hours of studying.
And you have 6 hours into it,
No, I have
or
9 hours into it.
okay, 9.
No,
can't
I have
have
6
9.
hours. I have 6 hours into it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can
Right,
you?
and then
don't know
4 is 10. Right.
Okay,
yep,
hold
yep,
on.
Yep. Okay.
6 hours doesn't make sense. 6 hours is not the multiple of 4.
I don't think I was doing this at multiples of 4. This was before we had any of this set up, and then he abandoned it because he got annoyed at Cook.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So
from
this is
here on
where I
out,
was
it's
at
gonna be
that
multiples
point.
of 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, you'll at least get 1 attempt tomorrow. That's for certain.
Mhm.
Fine.
On Saturday.
But
No,
you're
you'll
gonna
have,
stop
you'll have an
here.
attempt on Friday.
You'll have an attempt on Friday.
Yeah.
Easily.
Because I'm having you start it.
Oh, well, I mean, I
Captain's pulling rank. You're starting
Yeah,
it next.
but-
You're
At
going
a
to
4 multiplier.
could. But
add a 4
free
multiplier.
time.
So every 1 hour you study is 4 hours. So 1 hour,
Oh.
you're going to go from 6 to 10.
Right, so 2 hours I would have.
So
8
2
and then
hours.
1 more, and I'm
Two
good.
like 2 hours and like 15 minutes. You'll be rolling a check.
Yeah. I forgot about that part.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Game time. Gotta make sure we've gotten a little confused. So it's.
Well,
gonna
I
be the
haven't written
14th.
anything down concerning
Yeah.
the Friday yet, so
we're just covering things.
Yep.
Oh,
When we
well.
start next week, we'll be on the 14th in the morning.
Let me get rid of these because I just preemptively did that. My bad. And then get rid of that.
Okay.
So Friday, we know what we're doing on Friday now. Cool. We're
You
almost
think
done
you
on
know what
Logic,
you're
so
doing
too.
on Friday?
We think. We could get massively distracted. Who knows? Gaia may choose to see us again, in which case Cook is going to be
Well,
terrified.
I mean, she's definitely going to choose to see you again, but you got to realize with an entity that's that old, that's been around for that long, time is a little different for them.
Yeah.
It may be, she's going
12
to go
years.
fast, and it's next month.
yeah.
Or it could be next year. I don't think for storyline purposes we'll go that slow. She's got quite a few trials to get through. And it's not the next one I'm worried about. It's the one after that I'm worried about. It could easily wipe you. Easily wipe you. So we'll see how it goes.
Cook's ready to go insane. Actually, no.
You've already
Cook's not.
gone insane.
I have.
Isn't that one of those infective mushroom songs? Going
Yes.
insane?
Insane. I'm becoming insane.
I actually think I know.
Cool.
where we should
Well, I
put
hope
those, so-
everyone enjoyed today.
That is my favorite infected mushroom song.
Was
Yeah.
a delight. Gained some insanity, met Gaia, killed a lot of people, got 6 books. 6? 5.
Six principles
6.
of magic. 2 and
6
4.
principles of magic. 8 new spells and 12 more speed rings.
I'm ready for next week already. This is fun.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, such character development for Maximus too. Just going to visit Gaia. That's all he needed.
Both. I think we both had a big shift. It was Maximus is the positive character arc. Cook's negative character arc.
Oh
We'll see.
Reversal.
Oh,
Definitely.
Dark path.
Dark path, but plus that's just, one of the storylines we've got going.
I know. It's
Uh-huh.
insane.
The vampires is an easy storyline. It's
Yeah.
extermination.
Yeah.
The aliens, you still have to figure out what you're going to do with that.
Yeah, let's hope it's a long
Friend
time
or
before
foe?
we have to.
It's a roll on the table, sir.
Oh crap. Dice gods be with us.
And the mechanoids, we'll see. They haven't been around. They're definitely not on the table yet. But the mechanoids have got to come back around too. And
Oh
there
my
might be a
gosh.
couple other factions you don't know about yet.
Guys remember
Earth
clumps of
is a
trees?
pretty messed up place.
Clumps of trees, clots.
Uh-huh. Well then, please join us tomorrow at 3 o'clock for Tales of Andrea. See what happens there. Join us on Tuesday night at 6:30 for Into the Madness. And please stop by again next Saturday at 4. All Mountain Time. For some more Into the Nightmare. Or not Into the Nightmare. Nightbane. No, I'm getting confused.
I mean, it is a nightmare.
It is.
nightmare,
It
to
can be a
fair.
nightmare. Now, Cook's afraid of the dark.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
More than afraid.
He's more than afraid of the
Paralyzed.
dark. He's
Paralyzed
paralyzed.
at the dark. Paralyzed.
And I
at-
didn't get rid of my night shroud. I got rid of the other one, the shroud.
The shroud, yeah.
I got rid of my dark
I
soul.
kept-
My
Yeah,
favorite
they
one.
made some sacrifices, but I think both would agree in the picture of what Gaia has sacrificed over the last few thousand years.
Hardly anything.
that was
Maximus is
nothing.
ready to give more. He's so ready to give more.
That's why I gave rid of my best one. It's nothing.
That's
compared
also
to
why
what
I
Gaia's
get
done.
rid of my best one too, not gonna lie.
But I'm sure in
Alright.
time everything balances out, so
Yeah. Yeah.
we'll see where that goes. Thank you all. Have a good night. Bye.
Au revoir.
The end may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.